A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and what it means to be the wife of a famous star. When Mary Noble urged her friend Tom Bryson, the famous playwright, to find a picture contract for Larry in Hollywood, she thought it would ease the strain of Larry's waiting at her bedside in the New York hospital where she's recovering from the acid burns inflicted by Claudia Vincent, whose guilt in the murder of Oliver Wilson Mary revealed. But Larry accidentally saw the wire Tom sent from the coast in reply to Mary's letter. And Larry now believes that Mary wants him far away from her because she feels he is indirectly responsible for her condition. And meantime, wealthy Rupert Barlow is renewing his romantic campaign for Mary's interest, since he has been assured by the doctor in charge of Mary's case that she will not be disfigured from her burns. Right now, we find Rupert in mid-Manhattan in the office of a private investigator named Irving Morse, and we hear...
Your name was given to me by a friend, Mr. Morse, and I was told that your discretion could be trusted.
That's right, Mr. Barlow. I've been working in this business for a long time. My clients are usually satisfied. However, I never handle divorce stuff.
Yes, well, I have a job for you, but first I must make sure that you're the man for it.
Well, what kind of a job is it?
I want you to shadow a man and report to me on his activities.
No. It all depends on who the man is, Mr. Barlow, and what kind of information you want.
Well, it should be simple. Just follow him wherever he goes and report the companions he sees.
Who is this fellow? Where's he at right now?
He's in Hollywood. I take it you have men you can call in on the coast. If not, you may have to send someone out there.
Yeah, but who is this man? I can't do a job for you if I don't know who to follow.
Oh, I understand that, Mr. Morse. But I want it understood that under no condition is word of this assignment to leak out.
Now, look, Mr. Barlow. When a person comes to see me, it's always confidential. You don't find anybody hiring a private investigator if he wants it to get around, do you?
I suppose that's true.
But I'll have to know more about the man before I can give you any help.
The man I want to have followed is named Larry Noble.
Larry Noble? Well, that's a big Broadway actor just got out of a murder rap, isn't it?
That's right, Mr. Morse. He's now in Hollywood, making a picture for a company by the name of Marco and Franklin. I believe he's living at a hotel in Beverly Hills, but your men should have no trouble picking him up.
Oh, sure. That part's okay, Mr. Barlow, but I don't know if I want my outfit to get mixed up in a deal like this without knowing a little more about it.
I have nothing more to say. I came here because I want to report on this man. I want him followed day and night.
Now, if you're talking about shadows around the clock, it'll take, 3 men at least. Well, with a guy like this Noble, it might not be so easy.
Why not?
Well, it'll take when he goes to this movie studio. My boys will have a tough time getting inside there. Besides, there's been a lot of trouble about that fellow, what with this murder he was accused of.
Oh, he's been entirely exonerated of the murder charge, as you'd know if you read the papers.
Oh, of course I know, Mr. Barlow. It's been all over town. This Vincent woman, they picked her up. They got the goods on her. A pair of gloves was the evidence. But to tell you the truth, Mr. Barlow, I don't like to get mixed up in stuff like that. I don't mind for my boys to take a chance now and then. You got to in this business. But I think you ought to tell me just what you're expecting to find out. I don't like to walk into a trap blindfold.
There's no reason to expect any kind of trouble at all. And if you don't want to accept this commission, I'll take it to someone else, Mr. Morse.
No, wait a minute. You can't blame me for trying to make sure. Besides, watching a guy around the clock is going to cost you something, mister.
I'm perfectly willing to pay any legitimate expenses.
Anything that comes out of this office is legitimate. I don't run any fly-by-night kind of operation.
Very well, then. Either you accept, or I'll go elsewhere.
Well, that's the way you want it? Okay. When do you want us to start?
At once. Today.
Mm-hmm. Okay, then.
Very well. Here's my card. You can send the reports to my apartment. I don't think there's anything more to discuss.
Oh, sorry, just one little thing, Mr. Barlow. In cases like this, it's customary to get an advance.
All right. I'll write you a check. I suppose you have a pen?
Oh, sure thing, Mr. Barlow. Sit right down here. Now, you can make a table to everything else.
And meantime, Mary Noble is sitting up in a chair in her hospital room, looking out over the East River, as her nurse, Miss Clark, enters the room.
I have a surprise for you, Mrs. Noble. Guess what it is? A letter from my husband? No. It's a beautiful basket of flowers and all kinds of surprise presents. Well, they're bringing it in as soon as they get all the paper off. You never saw such a lovely basket in all your life. Was there a card in it? There certainly was. Here. Oh, maybe I better take it out of the envelope for you. Oh, yes, will you please? Thanks, Miss Clark. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now then, there you are. I bet I know who sent it. Yes, I imagine you do. No one else would ever send such lavish presents as Mr. Barlow. That man must be made out of money. Oh, you ought to see how they all gather around the desk outside when one of his presents come in. Everybody thinks that he's the most wonderful man that ever lived. So romantic and so rich. Oh, you're lucky, all right, Mrs. Noble. He's been very considerate. I'll say he has. And he's so nice and thoughtful to everybody on the floor. You know, always saying something nice and friendly. And, Mrs. Noble, you're not even listening. Are you tired? You want to get back to bed? Me? Oh, no, I'm fine, Miss Clark. I was just watching the boats on the river. Someday I hope my husband and my little boy Larry Jr. and I can manage to take a cruise. If I ever get out of this place and get my family all together. You'll get out all right, Mrs. Noble. And maybe sooner than you think. What do you mean, Miss Clark? Has Dr. Allen told you anything about when I can leave? No, not in so many words, but he's tickled at the way you're getting along. Now, if you don't do anything to worry yourself or let things get you down... I won't. At least I'll try not to. Have you figured out what you'll do when you leave here? Well, I'll go home. We have a lovely house on Long Island. Oh, I'm so anxious to get back and bring my little boy home. I guess it must be pretty hard on you, Mrs. Noble. How long do you figure your husband will stay out in Hollywood? I don't know. He'll have to stay till the picture's finished. Maybe he'll like it so well he won't want to come back. I doubt that, Miss Clark. Would you like to move out there? Well, I mean, if he asked you to. I wouldn't mind where we lived, as long as we're all together. Well, if it was me, I wouldn't want to go clear across the country and leave all my friends. Not if I had a friend like that Mr. Barlow. There aren't many people who stick by you the way he does when you need him most. Oh, sometimes it isn't possible, Miss Clark. Oh, just the same. You soon know who your friends are when you have to stay in a hospital. Well, I guess I'll go out now and get that basket for you. Mr. Barlow will probably show up most any time. Yes. Oh, just a minute, Miss Clark. I wish you'd mail this letter for me when you go out. Oh, of course, Mrs. Noble. Is there anything else? No, thanks. Although you might just look to see if there's a letter for me from Hollywood. Very well, I will. Oh, just what I thought. Another letter to that husband of hers. And after he just up and left her. Oh, I'd like to be in her place, that's all. I'd soon tell him a thing or two. And I'd begin to pay a little attention to that wonderful Mr. Barlow.
And meanwhile, in Hollywood, later this same day, Larry Noble is having dinner with his friend Tom Bryson in the Playwright's Hotel Suite. And we hear...
Now, look here, Larry. Just because I'm laid up with this fool back of mine's no reason why you have to spend all your spare time with me.
What else would you have me do, Tom?
Oh, why not get around a bit? I'm not fit company for anyone, and I won't be till I get this cast off.
How much longer do you figure that'll be?
Oh, not too long. And then you'll see me shake the dust of Hollywood from my shoes and get back to New York.
Oh,
that reminds me, Larry. I've got my car out here. It's in the garage downstairs. I'm going to turn it over to you.
Oh, no. Nothing doing. It's darn nice of you, Tom, but you've already done too much.
Now. Don't give me any argument, Larry. Take it. Get out in the air when you have the chance. Well, you look pale as a ghost.
That's my prison pallor.
Now, it's no laughing matter, Larry. You need to get out in the sun to relax. See some new faces. Isn't there anyone in the picture that looks pleasant?
I haven't paid much attention, to tell the truth. The only person I've talked to is a starry-eyed kid named Dora Dean.
Well, you'd better take my advice, Larry. Get some sun. Go swimming. That's what Mary would want you to do.
Yeah, that's right. I guess she would. Okay, Tom. I'll take you up on the offer. Thanks.
Oh, that's better. You know, you can't afford to let yourself get too run down. You've got to think of yourself. And Mary, too.
That's right. I can't let anything happen to me until I've got us out of the woods. Well, one thing's sure. I'm not going to let Mary down again.
Will Tom Bryson have reason to regret his advice to his friend and the offer of the use of his car? Be sure to be listening tomorrow to Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and her husband, Larry Noble, famous Broadway star.
Good evening. This is Ken Roberts inviting you to listen to another adventure of Casey, crime photographer. Ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Our adventure for tonight, the Coffin. Early afternoon. The quiet, restful reception room of a casket company. The street door opens and two hard-eyed men enter. From a glass-enclosed inner office, another man emerges and...
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hi. You the boss here?
Well, I'm the sales manager. Cook is my name.
Cook.
Yeah, that's a hot name for a coffin salesman, Andy.
Ain't it, Foot?
Yes, so I'm often told.
We want to see some samples of your product. I want to buy a coffin.
You are a mortician, of course?
A what?
He means undertaker, boy.
No, Cookie. I'm no undertaker.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, but we sell only to the trade.
You mean a guy's got to be an undertaker in order to buy one of your plush-line boxes?
That's our rule.
Rules are made to be busted, mister. I want a coffin. I got the dough to pay for it. So show me one of your fanciest models. I want the guy I'm buying it for to have the best. After he's dead.
Yeah, when the guy kicks off to us, you'll own the best.
You said it, Foots.
You want a casket for somebody who isn't yet dead?
He isn't even sick yet.
I don't understand.
You don't have to. Just show us your box.
Yes, but...
First, I'll give you the name and address of the guy you're to send it to. He's Nick Maddock.
Yeah, Nick Maddock?
And he lives in the Manor Hall apartment.
Nick Maddock is the notorious gang leader.
Notorious?
This jerk believes what he reads in the newspapers.
Yeah, it seems that way, Mike. Look, don't fall for that cheap publicity stuff, Cookie.
Yeah. He has no professional standing. They're like the boss here, for instance. Our boss is the real goods. He's Andy Grallo. You're Andrew Grallo?
Uh-huh. Guess you didn't recognize me from my pictures in the papers.
Now, well,
Now, Cookie, let's see your coffins. We're in kind of a hurry. You see, this punk Nick Maddock just might be a morgue case. Tonight.
Miss Williams, this coffin salesman Cook knew Andy Grallo's reputation, so he took little Andy in his hood back into the display room and let him pick out a silver-plated slumber box, which Andy paid for, cash on the line. And as soon as the mobsters were gone, Cook phoned the nearest precinct station and was sent here to headquarters, where I heard his story in person.
And it's a front-page story, Captain Logan.
Which this lug is probably given to all the papers in.
I haven't given it to any paper, Casey, including yours.
Including ours?
What I've just told you to is off the record for the time being.
Oh, Captain.
Oh, now look here.
Off the record, I said. I'm not going to have any press break on this until I'm sure what it's all about.
Well, it's easy enough to figure what it's all about. There's been a long-standing feud between Andy Grallo and Nick Maddock, and now it's come to a head, and Grallo's planning to remove Maddock.
No, it isn't that easy to figure, Miss Williams.
No, I'll say it isn't. Little Andy is one of the smartest crooks I know of. When he pulls such a grandstand play as the one at that coffin shop, he's planning anything but the obvious. Well, Logan, what did you do when you heard the story, huh?
I had to do the obvious for my own protection.
You ordered your cops to make a roundup of Andy and his mob.
Sure. And so far, we've pulled in every known member of the gang except Andy and the gorilla who went with him to that casket sales room.
You got Maddock protected, of course.
As much as I can protect his type. I got cops spotted around his apartment house. He won't let him inside the apartment itself.
He knows about Andy Grallo ordering a coffin for him.
Yeah, I told him myself. I had to, again, for my own protection. And did Nick Maddock do a burn-up? Which gave me another worry. He's undoubtedly sent guys out to gun for Andy, and if we don't find that little rat first...
Yeah, a war is now definitely on between the Maddox gang and the Grollo gang.
Which means you won't be able to keep this Coffin story off the record very long, Captain Logan.
I'm afraid you're right, Miss Williams. Not until shooting actually starts. I'm not going to further Andy Grollo's plans, whatever they are, by allowing publicity for a yarn he must have wanted to hit the papers. I could only dope out the little rat.
Is Nick Maddox staying inside his apartment?
Yes, he's too yellow to want to leave it while Andy's still in the loose. He's safely locked in with half a dozen of his muscle men and that gal friend of his, Ines Pally.
Oh, she'll be his best protector. That Inez is really tough.
But attractive, though, Annie. A pulchritudinous bundle of feminine charm.
Oh.
Well, if you ask me... excuse me. Homicide Bureau, Captain Logan speaking. Yes, Maddox. No, we haven't found Grollo yet. Now, we picked up everybody but him and put Larkin. That's right. Larkin was with him at that casket place. But don't worry, we'll get him soon. Yeah, I can tell you're not worried. Well, sit tight. Goodbye.
Maddox worried, huh?
Plenty. And he's glad to have us cops around him when his hide's in danger. He says if we... Come in.
We've got Andy Grollo and the last of his guerrillas, Captain.
You have?
Yeah. They just walked into the front desk here, sir. Said they heard they were wanted.
So they just walked in. Bring him here to me.
Yes, sir.
That's that, Logan.
Well, your worries are over for a while.
I'm not so sure of that. I don't like any part of this business. Well, at least Maddox won't become a morgue case tonight, as Grollo hinted to that coffin salesman. Grollo and his hoods are going to be guests here for some time.
Inside, you fellas.
Thank you, Sergeant. Good evening, Captain.
Hello, Grollo.
Well. Miss Williams, my old pal Casey.
My buddy.
You folks know Foots Larkin? He's a business associate.
Cut the comedy, Grollo. What was the big idea of that coffin gag you pulled this afternoon?
What? You heard about that little joke of mine, Captain?
It was a joke, huh?
Well, what else could you think it was? I had no idea that news got around so fast at you, Foots.
No, Andy. Gee, I hope our pal Nick Maddox ain't heard about it. So the joke will be ruined if he...
Your act isn't funny, and I'm not laughing. Sergeant, we'll take these jokers into the boiler room where they can do their stuff under spotlight. Maybe we can improve their brand of humor.
All right, come on.
Now, look here, Captain. You
Get
come
going. I'll see you later, Miss Williams. Casey?
Yeah. Well, Annie, let's be on our way.
May as well go back to the office.
We're calling on Nick Maddox.
Maddox?
Yep, right now. I have a hunch that little Andy's joke has been too well planned to miss.
Well, what's the point of the joke?
Come on. At Nick Maddox's apartment, we may find the points.
Marlowe said that coffin thing was just a gag. That case?
No, that's your story, Nick.
Very funny. And it's just a big laugh, don't it, Inez?
I've been busting my sides ever since I heard about it, honey.
Well, the laugh's on Andy Grollo right now, Mr. Maddox. He and his men are having a session with the cops that'll last all night at least.
He was smart in giving himself up to the cops, Miss Williams. If I or my guys had come across them, it'd have been just too bad.
That means the little Andy would have got his teeth knocked out. Nothing more.
Sure, Inez. We know that law-abiding guys like Nick don't go in for extreme forms of violence.
Miss Williams, how about you in case you having a drink or two on us? If them bodyguards of Nick's haven't drunk it all up.
No thanks, Miss Tally, but I'd like to stick around here for a while and ask you and Mr. Maddox some questions.
Questions?
Oh, well, nothing too personal, just something I can use if the paper runs a story about this thing.
Why should have run any story? Rollo's coffin gag is washed up before it got going.
Well, in the newspaper racket, we try to prepare for possible emergencies, Nick. Same as you do in your business. Now, how about letting me shoot some pictures of you while Miss Williams asks her questions?
I don't want any publicity.
A guy in your spot gets it whether he wants it or not, honey. So be nice to these folks, and maybe they'll be nice to you.
Sure. We like to give the kind of treatment we get.
Well, okay. But take some decent pictures of me, Casey. The ones I see in the papers always make me look like a big fat mug.
Oh, well, I'll try to show you as you really are, Nick. You'll reveal the genuine you.
What do you mean by that?
He'll snap you at your best, Nick, if you'll help him. And you're a long way from your best with that crummy necktie on.
Crummy necktie? This ribbon cost me $40.
It ain't becoming to you, honey.
Oh, Nick's tie is, well...
It ain't either, Casey. What do you think, Miss Williams? Them big yellow flowers are loud, ain't they?
Well, they are a little noisy.
You're no class. Go back to your bedroom, Nick, and change to the one with the hand-painted bluebirds on it. That's a refined tie. Come on, I'll go with you and see that you do it right.
Okay.
You and Casey come along, Miss Williams. You can ask some of them questions while Nick is changing.
All right.
This is all jerky. Putting on another tie.
The one with the bluebirds, honey, and fix it in front of the mirror, not just by the sense of feel. I'm standing right here at the door to watch that you do it correct.
You dames, give me a pay.
Gotta be managed one way or another, Miss Williams.
All right, you are.
Don't give this gal ideas, Inez.
She'd have the same ideas if she'd been brought up the way I was.
Where were you brought up, Miss Sally? That's one of the questions I wanted to ask you.
In a dirty, lousy mill town. My old man was a mill worker, weaver. We were so poor us kids would put to work as soon as our fingers were big enough to pluck at a loom. You see, I'm not one of those gals that tries to kid the folks that I come from a fine old town. He got shot!
He's got Nick. He's fallen.
He was shot from that window!
Keep away from that window, Inez. Whoever shot Nick may drill you.
Here!
Inez!
And then don't you go to that window, Casey.
Let me go.
No! I see the gunman, Casey. He's getting away over the roof.
Get out of the way. Let me look. That's too late.
Gone, but there's the rope ladder we used.
I see that.
What's happened here?
Hey, the boss.
Well, bodyguard you must turned out to be. The guy that shot Nick is on the roof. Get up there, Ollie, and head him off.
All right, come on, you guys. Let's go.
Casey, is Nick dead?
I'm afraid, Inez, that Nick is ready for little Andy's coffin.
My Nick captain. Why ain't he been found?
Now, please, take it easy, Miss Sally. You know the roof of this apartment house connects with those of 3 other buildings at about the same level. The killer could have made his escape through any of those buildings.
Find out where he went to ask him. I hate to ask the cops for anything, but I want the rat that shot my Nick. I want him to burn.
My men are after him, and eventually they'll find him. If you'll calm down and help us. You say you saw the killer.
What I saw can't be any help. It was only his feet and legs on that rope ladder up above me, and then he disappeared.
Casey, you didn't see even the guy's feet and legs.
No, Logan. He was completely out of sight by the time I had to look out that window.
You gotta find him, Captain. You got
Now, Miss Sally, suppose you go into another room and lie down. In your present frame of mind, you're only hindering my investigation.
I guess you're right. Can I go to my own apartment?
Your own apartment?
3 floors down. Nick didn't like to have me around this place all the time.
Now, go ahead. Now, you go with her, Miss Williams.
Okay, Captain. Come on, Inez.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
Send a man downstairs with those girls and have him stand watch outside Miss Sally's apartment. I don't want her to leave it.
Okay, Captain.
You don't suspect Inez of this murder, Logan.
Now, from what you told me, she couldn't be a suspect. I'm afraid she might get a crazy notion to go after the killer on her own. So I'll keep her under wraps tonight in case.
Oh.
Casey, I want you to show me exactly where you, Inez, and Miss Williams stood when that shot was fired.
Well, we were just outside this bedroom door, Logan. Ann was here. I was back a little farther, about here. And Inez was directly in the doorway, leaning against that side of it.
But you couldn't see the window where the shot was fired.
No, Oh, nuts.
What?
I just stepped on something. The thumbtack. Wait a minute, I'll dig it out of my shoe.
Well, one of those things is on the floor. It's always pointed.
That's right.
Well, chances are you couldn't see anything worthwhile if that window had been in your line of vision. It's covered with those drapes, and the killer shot through the drapes.
Yeah.
You know, not many guys would have the guts or the ability to shag themselves up and down that flimsy rope ladder 8 stories above the street.
No. Our killer was a crack shot, too, Logan. Hanging onto that ladder, he planted a single shot in Maddox's back at just the right spot.
Captain Logan.
Yes, Sergeant?
Bernstein here just found a gun on the ground below that window.
Let's see it, Bernstein. Captain. Miller adjusted it for fingerprints right away, but they weren't.
That's always nice.
That's a 45, Logan.
With one exploded shell in this holiday. That's the murder gun, all right.
The killer must have dropped it accidentally, Captain. Fell in a straight line from that window and landed in soft dirt. I found something else.
What?
This length of fishing line.
Fishing line?
Yes, it was snagged on the bush not far from the gun. There may be no connection, but I think there is.
Go on.
Now, this line's in 2 pieces, joined together in a sheet bend knot.
What kind of knot?
A sheet bend, sir. I was in the Navy, you know that kind of stuff. Also, it occurs to me this killer's been a sailor, too. On account of how he could use a rope ladder so good.
And the sheet bend is a sailor's knot.
There is a connection.
Logan, the killer may have used this fishing line to hang the gun from around his neck while he used both hands to come down the ladder. That way he wouldn't have to dig into a pocket for it.
Yeah. And going up the ladder in a big hurry, he could have snagged the line and torn it loose. Take it to the lab, Bernstein, and tell the profs to get busy on it. Yes, sir. If neither line nor gun can be traced, we've still got a small lead, Casey. Maddox's killer must have been a sailor.
Whatever he's been, he was only a hired hand tonight. And the guy who hired him is little Andy Grollo.
Sure. And what a sweet alibi he and all his mob have got. When Nick Maddox got the works, every one of them was being held in headquarters.
Captain Logan still ain't got nowheres on Nick Maddox's murder, huh, Casey?
Nope, nowhere at all, Ethelbert.
Gee, and it happened almost 2 weeks ago. I thought with all the swell clues the cops had, it'd be solved in a couple of days.
What swell clues did the cops have?
Well, to begin with, they knew Andy Grollo must have planned it and hired the actual killer.
You've got to do more than know a thing when you charge a man with murder, Ethelbert. The law demands proof. That's why his attorneys were able to spring him out of jail only a few days after Maddox's funeral.
How about that fish line and the gun and the rope ladder?
No, they haven't been traced to the person who used them. Maybe they never will be.
And millions of men have been sailors. And finding the sailor who used that rope ladder and who tied the knot in that fishing line, well, looking for a needle in that old haystack is easy by comparison.
I never thought too much of that sailor idea, Miss Williams. You know, when I tie a couple of pieces of string together, I loop what you call a sheet bend as a matter of habit.
But you?
Mm-hmm. You've never been a sailor, Ethelbert.
Me, a sailor? Oh, goodness, no.
Well, then...
But my old lady used to do fancy work on a loom when I was a kid. She taught me how to weave, too. And what sailors call a sheet bend is exactly the same as a weaver's knot.
Wait a minute, a weaver's knot?
Uh-huh.
Well, why didn't you tell me that before?
Did you ask me?
Annie, come on. Let's get over to the office.
Huh?
I want a good look at the pictures I took in Maddox's bedroom right after he was shot. Annie, look here. In this picture, I pulled the drapes back from the casement in order to show the dangling rope ladder outside.
Yeah, I remember.
Well, only one side of the casement was open. You see the angle of the opening?
Angle? No.
Now, look. A gun clamped to the open side of that window would point directly at anyone standing in front of the mirror, as Maddox stood when he was shot.
Casey.
And a strong cord could have been looped around the trigger, then passed around the butt of the gun, and then further passed along the wall of the room behind the bed, and fastened to a thumbtack in the wall near where Inez stood.
Well, you think Inez?
Inez was taught to tie a weaver's knot when she was a kid, don't forget. It became part of her job to tie them. It's the kind of a knot she instinctively uses. And if you remember, Annie, I stepped on a thumbtack just inside that doorway.
But she couldn't have set off a gun trap while we stood within a few feet of her.
Why not? All she had to do was pull on a fishing line that we didn't even know existed. And the purpose of the whole setup was that somebody should be with her to alibi her.
Well, she did persuade Maddox to go into the bedroom and to fix his tie before that noon.
Yeah, and after the shooting, she made a beeline for that window. Before I got there, she had time to loosen the spring clamp and stuff it inside her dress. Well, naturally, the gun fell, carrying the fish line with it. And the line, only looped around the trigger, naturally, would fall free of it.
Well, but Casey, that rope ladder...
It was never used. It was hung from the roof simply as a red herring.
Oh.
You see, there had to be believable evidence that Maddox was shot from outside.
Well, I don't believe that Inez Talley has the brains to have planned such a setup.
Oh, you underestimate that, gal. But I think the plan was mostly Andy Grollo's.
Grollo's?
That coffin gag, Annie. It wasn't pure coincidence that he got himself and his entire mob a perfect alibi on the night Maddox was killed. Oh, no. We never kidded ourselves about that. But instead of hiring a killer, as we thought, someone who wasn't a regular member of his gang, he had an inside track on Maddox's girlfriend.
And she double-crossed Maddox because Grollo has more money, more brains, and better look.
Or maybe simply because she didn't like Nick's taste in neckties. I don't know. Female motives are anybody's guess.
Huh. Well, how are you going to prove your pretty theory?
Annie, Inez may have something in her apartment that'll tie her up with Andy Grollo.
And, of course, you prefer to search her apartment without police assistance.
Well, remember, Annie, exclusives earn bonuses for poor newspaper stiffs like us, and Christmas isn't too far away.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've been in Inez's apartment, and the locks on her door should be easy for an accomplished housebreaker like yourself.
Shall we, Miss Williams?
Tonight, Mr. Casey?
Was a cinch, Annie. No trouble at all.
Close the door quick and relock it.
All set.
Okay. Now, where we begin?
In her bedroom. Look for a clamp that might have held that gun, and for anything that may connect Inez with Andy Grollo.
Okay, her bedroom's in here.
All right, we'll work it over together. Remember where the light switch is?
I think so. Yeah, I've got it.
Good evening, Miss Williams.
Andy Grollo.
And my old pal, Casey. Well, the surprise is on me as well as you.
Uh-huh. Well, that's nice to know.
When
I left myself in that front door right after Inez left. You see, I'd been casing her movements from the hall instead of down on the street due to, well, I wanted to search her place, too.
Yeah. I see you'd made a start before we interrupted. You find what you were looking for, Andy?
No, I didn't have time. Now, you two can help me.
We're always willing to help a man who has a gun pointed at us.
Oh, yes.
I thought you'd be.
What's here that you want, Andy?
Same thing you wanted. Special kind of clamp. You know, this Inez Talley's a smart girl. Before she'd do a certain little favor for me, she made me write a letter I wouldn't like the cops to see.
Yeah. I figured her as that kind of a businesswoman.
Yeah, but brainy girls are dangerous, like snoopy newspaper people. A guy like me's better off without 'em. So after you two help me find the things I want from Inez, the three of us will stick around until she comes home. I'll get rid of her at the same time I lose you for keeps. Right here in her apartment. You'll be blamed for killing her, she for killing you.
Stop that, Rod.
Inez.
You lousy double-crosser.
No, don't shoot.
Smart girl, Jandy. A fast thinker. Well, try to think your way out of this, you poor sap. I saw you watching my apartment from across the hall. You wouldn't have found what you wanted. I got them things put away in a safer place than this.
What?
But I've caught you and these newspaper stiffs robbing my apartment. I got a right to shoot all of you, and that's just what I'm going to do.
No,
don't reach for that gun!
Casey! They shot each other, Casey. Shot each other.
They certainly have, and good. These double-crossing playmates both need coffins now.
Say, Miss Williams, did the cops find what Andy Grollo was looking for in Inez's apartment?
Mm-hmm. In a safety deposit vault, she had a letter he'd written that would have incriminated him plenty in the Maddock murder.
Why did a smart guy like him let her have so much on him?
Well, he thought he was smarter than he was, apparently, Ethelbert. Andy met her very stiff terms because he was sure he could double-cross her, you see, and get everything back.
Well, what was her big motive in playing along with Andy Grollo? Love, money, revenge, or just...
No, we'll never know, really. And female motives are anybody's guess.
See, Miss Williams, you called me a skinker the other day. What's a skinker?
Yeah, Annie. You know, I looked it up, and the only definition I could find was a kind of lizard.
I'm no lizard.
Well, you didn't look far enough. In the big dictionary, you'll find it also means one who pours drinks.
Oh, so I am a skinker. But that sounds like...
Tonight's adventure was written by Alonzo Dean Cole. Stott Cotsworth played the part of Casey, Jan Miner was Anne, and John Gibson was Ethelbert. Next week, another adventure of Casey, crime photographer. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Got all your gear done?
Yep. Thanks very much.
Well, good hunting, fellas.
See ya.
561 in service. Starting mileage 11,831. 11,831.
1 to 56, 10-4, mileage 11,831, 6:08 p.m., Detective Unit 56, in service on the night watch.
This is Don Reed, police recorder. You're riding in a detective unit. Black sedan, radio buried in the glove compartment. Looks like any other car on the road. No identification as a police car. We're all dressed in civilian clothes. Driving Sergeant Ron Perkins. Partner, Sergeant Kurt Walter. This is Detective Unit 56. While you're with us tonight, remember, you're listening just as it happens. And the people you meet are not actors. You see, this is it. This is real. This is Night Watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors. There is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. And now we switch you to Detective Unit 56, now on patrol somewhere in the field, and to the official police recorder, Don Reed.
561, come in.
1 to 56, go ahead.
56 on this abandoned. So far, we've been unable to locate the complainant or the vehicle. Do you have any further information?
1 to 56, yes. We just had a second call. Seen a man at Wilson and Jefferson. That's a block north of you, northeast corner. This is L.A. territory. Follow up and advise if you want an L.A. unit.
Roger.
It's just about 10:30. In the first part of the evening, we were staked out on a market. We had some reliable information that the market was going to be stuck up. But our information wasn't so reliable. Nothing happened. Right at the moment, we're on a call to meet the man about an abandoned child. We've had a bit of trouble locating the car. However, it should be up here right on this next corner. Now, this is L.A. territory in here, and if there's anything to it, of course, we'll call the L.A. division. Now, there's a man standing over here on the corner. And obviously, he's the one that's waiting for us. He's all bundled up in a big overcoat. Very cold out tonight. Icy wind blowing off the mountains. dark sedan. Looks like there's a little boy in it.
You were home and called the police?
I sure did.
Where's the mother?
Getting loaded.
Hi, how are you, son? Who's this little one here? That your little sister?
Yeah.
How old are you?
4 years old.
How old?
4 years old.
4 years old. How old's your little baby here? Baby sister?
Oh, I don't know.
Not very old, is she?
So soon you all go in and have a beer.
Are you with this woman at all?
No.
What's the woman look like in there?
I just came in.
Yeah. Is she by herself or what?
I don't know.
She inside? Do you know the woman inside at all?
No.
How do you know she's in there?
I mean, this little boy is here all by himself. Yeah. He was crying when we first came in.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We'll take it. Appreciate it.
Sorry.
All right. You know who we are?
Yeah.
We're police officers. You know that?
Yeah.
How old's your little sister here?
Fine.
How old is she?
I don't know.
Not very old. About 3, 4 months old?
Well, I don't know if she's that old.
Are you cold in here?
No, I have a blanket here right for me.
How about putting a blanket over the little baby sister here a little bit, huh?
Yeah.
Keep her a little bit warmer. Where's your mommy?
She's in there.
Where's your daddy?
He's at home.
He's at home. And mommy here all by herself?
She's in there. She's drinking.
She's drinking?
Yeah.
Does she do this very often?
Well, sometimes.
How long have you been out here in the car?
Well, I've been out here, 2 hours, or... No, 3 hours.
3 hours?
Yeah.
Has your mommy come out at all during that time?
Yeah, when she's ready to go home.
I see. Okay. Whereabouts do you live? Do you live around here?
Well, we live at San Diego, and we...
San Diego?
Yeah, we are in another house now.
I see. Your daddy's home?
Yeah.
Your mommy's in the place in here drinking?
Yeah.
Okay, son. Huh?
Bye.
Goodbye. We'll see you in a little bit, okay?
Back to Unit 5-6.
5-6-1.
Go ahead, 5-6.
5-6, will you have a L.A. juvenile unit meet us at this location?
Roger.
How you doing?
They're doing okay. We're waiting for the juvenile officers to arrive.
Yeah, she's in there about half loaded.
Where's she sitting? She's sitting at the bar? Or?
Yeah.
Oh, we're going down. Over, you want to keep your eye on the children? We're going to the bar a minute.
Into the bar. There's 6 or 8 patrons sitting on stools. Young couple sitting off to one side. It's the only woman in the place. Must be the mother. Woman, young, unsteady. Perkins escorting her outside.
How can you leave in this cold car?
And possibly the husband following up
How long have you been there? How long have you been in there?
About 5 minutes, I guess.
You've been there longer than 5 minutes. Yeah, a lot longer than 5 minutes.
No, I went in with him. We were talking.
You the husband?
Yeah.
You're the father of the children?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my car next door. You're the father of the children, are you? Do you have any identification on you, sir?
Yes, sir.
That's it, please. This is your husband, eh?
Yes.
Mr. Coffin. Do you have any identification on you?
No.
An operator's license?
No.
Have you drive the car without an operator's license?
Yes, I have operator's license.
Where is it? How long ago?
About 6 weeks ago we got married, wasn't I? About 6 weeks ago? Yeah. I'm still under my other husband's name.
Well, this one little child, the baby, was in there lying with no blanket over it. She's cold.
I just came out a little while ago and covered her up and gave her the bottle.
We got a complaint over 20 minutes ago, so we know you've been here at least 20 minutes.
We're going right home. She came down to get me. We're both going home.
Well, maybe you are and maybe you're not.
We are.
As far as I'm concerned, it's considering delinquency of a juvenile.
Oh, heavens, no.
Endangering a child's life, leaving a child in the car like that.
Oh, no.
Two children.
No, I was just sitting in there waiting for her, officer. I was just sitting here waiting.
Well, you're not going to drive any place, I'll tell you that much right now. You're too drunk to drive. You're not going to drive your car away from here.
I can get somebody to drive.
Well, you'll have to stand by. You'll have to stand by the Los Angeles Police Department arrives. You're in Los Angeles here, and we're just standing by till they get here. Them Howard.
I don't want to get in any trouble, officer.
You're not in any trouble so far. The fact the children are down here. Why don't you go over and look at your children, see if they're all right, and I'll cover the baby up, huh?
Mother going over to check out the children.
Is she all right?
Wet.
Is your mommy there?
Yeah.
Is your daddy over here?
No.
Huh?
No, that isn't his daddy.
Oh, I see. How old is the baby?
4 months.
4 months old. How old's the big boy here?
4.
4 years.
L.A. juvenile officers arriving.
Hi, I'm Sergeant Perkins. Gilbert, James. Mr. Bracefords. I don't know what you want to do with it here, but we got a call down here about 30 minutes ago. These 2 little kids left in a car. We've been down here up until about 5 minutes ago. We went in the bar and got the woman out. She never come out to look at the kids. The little kids said they'd been here a couple of hours. Some stranger said a fellow called in and said he'd been here quite a while. The little baby just lying there, nothing on her. Speak of, no blankets over her. Little boy. Well, she's been drinking. This is the husband by 6 weeks. He's half blue. So you can do what you want with it.
Let's go over with the juvenile officers. Talk with the husband and wife again.
That doesn't matter.
These your kids?
No.
Who's the little baby, the 3-month-old baby? Who's that going with it?
You married or not?
I'm not done.
I should get married.
You want to take me to Color City Police Station?
I'm not interested in Color City Police Station. Ask if he's married. Huh?
Possibly.
I don't think you're married to him, are you?
No.
No.
Gotta take care of your 2 kids, lady.
Where's your husband?
In San Diego.
You serviceman?
No.
Sergeant, can I see you a minute?
Sure.
Tell you what I think we better do here. We'll send the lady and her children home in a taxi, but this guy's too drunk. I think we'll take him in and book him. It's okay with us.
You got to get a petition to take these children away from you. Understand that? Just told her that.
You mind what I told you now? If ever brought to attention again, you're going to...
If I ever do this again, I deserve it.
All right, so you go on home.
Really, I deserve it now. And I want the children.
You want to chase around, you get somebody to take care of them kids.
We're going to shove off. See you later, fellas.
The LA officers will stand by until the taxi arrives. Amanda's being taken into custody. That sort of winds up our business here.
Sure, cute little fellow in the car, wasn't he?
Yeah. It's pretty hard to figure some people.
Control 1 to car 40, clear, code 7, KMA 394.
5-6, clear.
1 to 5-6, clear. All units in the vicinity, car 5-1, on Washington Place, 1 block west of Evans. Man on the street threatening suicide, code 2.
5-6 to 1, we're in the area and rolling.
1 to 5-6, 10-4.
You are listening to Night Watch. and following the activities of Detective Unit 5-6 on its tour of duty. Remember, the people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Night Watch. And now we switch you back to Detective Unit 5-6, somewhere in the field, and to the official police recorder, Don Reed.
Just a few more blocks to the scene. There's a man threatening to take his life in the street. There's just a little bit of mist falling. The streets are just a bit slick. We have to sort of watch our traction. Rolling a lot in second gear. Sergeant Walter using the hand spotlight with a red lens over it that moves the traffic over. Well, here comes one of our radio cars swinging in from a side street. There are red lights glaring. Now they're swinging around, taking off in front of us. Should be up here in the next block, I believe. Yeah, there they are. The radio car's pulling up. We're sliding in behind. Man on the street pointing.
That's the man down there?
Yeah. What's the trouble with him?
Oh, his wife pulled a wingding on him, and he's...
We'll have to go get him. So we'll talk to you later. There's a young fellow right out in the middle of the traffic. Two of the officers are chasing him. Morse and Cameron. Walter and Perkins out there with flashlights trying to stop the cars before someone really gets hurt. Oh, they almost had him, but he darted away. There's a little bit of a break. It's late at night, and there's not too much traffic.
Boy.
Wow. I picked a great time to forget my flashlight. Now the suspect is cut out on the street and taking off across a vacant lot. Cutting back this way, one officer grabs him. We're hurrying over. Two officers struggling with him. Third officer's in there now.
Well, you were...
Just settle down. Settle down. Close to me.
Let your hands off. What do you want to talk about?
We want to talk to you right here.
Right here.
Stand here and talk.
Sure, but I can't stand still.
Just stand here and talk.
I can't stand still. Let me move around, will you?
What's the matter?
Oh, I don't know.
Huh?
I'm broke up.
You broke up? What? For what?
Let me talk to a psychiatrist.
Maybe he can do something. Do you think you need a psychiatrist?
Somebody needs a psychiatrist.
What seems to be the trouble? Your wife and you've been fighting?
Oh, they called last night. Said I took a swing at her, but...
Did you take a swing at her?
She didn't get any marks on her.
I don't know. I'm just asking. Have you been drinking?
Sitting on the floor.
He's had some sedation.
Dope right now.
How do you feel? Feel all right now?
Sure, but it's wobbly.
Yeah, well, that's understandable. Did the doctor give you some pills to make you relax or something? Is that capsules, they were?
Are you a neighbor?
Yeah.
Did we have a word with him? Yeah. Neighbor, young fellow we talked to earlier. Sergeant Walter taking him aside. Perkins, uniformed officers walking the suspect around, trying to calm him down.
Well, we found out Monday some this gal's wife called him and told him that her husband and his wife had been running around for a couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's a real emotional guy. He's very unstable. Not to get violent or anything, but I mean, he'd break down and cry, you know. He lets it come out.
Mm-hmm.
So then it all came to a head yesterday, and he took off, and then he didn't know where she was, and he called, and he couldn't get hold of her, and he called me. And his wife called my wife this morning, said she was up in Hollywood or someplace, which she probably wasn't. And she said she was going to stay another night. She was going to stay away another night tonight. So then she called him a while ago. Told him the same thing. Now, he wants to go look for him.
I got the rotor out of his car, and his sister's got the keys, and he can't take the car, but he's going to show off. So his sis wants him, if it's at all possible, to take him in someplace and hold him tonight.
Well, it'd be possible to take him in and book him as a psycho, but if we do, we'll have to take him to the county hospital. He'll be there for 72 hours, and in an examination to determine if he is mentally unstable. And if he is, he'll be committed. If he is not, he'll be released.
Is there some way to take him out to Sawtell?
Is he...
He's a veteran.
Well, do you consider him from being a neighbor? Do you consider him...
I consider him very rational.
Very rational?
Yeah.
How do you account for this outburst now? When the officers asked him to halt, he kept on running.
Well, he's got it in his mind. He's going to go find his wife and this guy.
And probably kill him.
If he could get hold of a gun, he probably would.
That's what I mean.
He probably would. But how many guys in this... if you were in his shoes...
That's right.
I mean, to me, it's silly. I mean, I'd just let her go. But he's nuts about the gal. He'd take her back right now if she walked up to him. And he's just all mixed up, that's all.
Well, do you believe his wife is running around?
She admitted it.
Oh, she did.
It's just a fouled up mess, that's all. But I don't think he's a psycho, but it's no good leaving him here.
No, we're not going to leave him.
Anything is better than...
We can.
She won't condone it, and I would say, as a friend of his, it's no good for him.
But he said a while ago he needed a psychiatrist. I wonder if he would consent to going to Sawtell if we made arrangements.
I think he would.
We don't want to use any more force than is necessary, but we might have to use it.
Well, I think if I could talk to him and go along halfway, I don't think he'll get violent. Because
let's the two of us then talk to him, and you explain to him that if he doesn't go along with the idea of going to Sawtell, we'll be forced to take him to the county hospital and book him in as a psycho.
Let's move back to the suspect.
Running. You'll just stop and think. It's the best thing for you.
Is it? I might have found out.
No, you won't now.
No, I won't. I'll never know that. Let's walk back now.
Heading back to his house on the corner. Officer under each arm.
We really don't think there's anything wrong with you. It's just we know you're a little mixed up there. On Monday night, I went out gunning. See, you may get that feeling again, and we don't want to take that chance. I mean, for your good as well as the other fellow. Well, I haven't got my gun. Well, but you might just accidentally bump onto it again, and we wouldn't want that to happen. Why? Well, it puts you in a bad spot. I don't care about myself. I know you don't, but we do. It's our job to worry about you and about the other people, too. Well, use my conscience and show them that I found out. Well, but caught them. We don't want to make the situation worse. It's bad enough as it is. I don't. See, so far you did no wrong. It's everybody else. Your conscience is still clear. But if you went out and did something that you'd be sorry for, I wouldn't be sorry anything I done. Do you have any children, sir? That's a 10-year-old boy. All he's saying to you, I just need to go to a drunk tank or something like that. We can't book you drunk, sir, if you're not drunk. You're not drunk. Well, let's see. You're just a little mixed up and you need a little rest. We don't say there's anything wrong with you. You're not drunk and you're not psycho. You wait right there for a minute, will you, please? All right, go ahead and get my pill. Well, I'd rather you didn't take another pill right now because if we go down there, they'd want to give you any medicine that you require there. Kurt, see you a minute.
The Veterans Hospital won't take anybody on a direct admission unless it's an emergency. You better take him to our police doctor. You want to tell his friend?
Okay, sir. The Veterans Hospital won't take him on a direct admission unless he's an outpatient clinic and a real serious emergency. And so he suggests that we take him down to our police doctor and have him examined. And if he decides that he should be committed, then we'll commit him to the county hospital. We can't do anything else. It would be a crime if we didn't take him into custody.
Well, yeah, and I think it would be best for him.
I think so, too. We'll ask you to go along to the doctor now to be examined, and chances are the doctor can put it to him in such a way down there that he won't mind going down to the hospital. At least we hope he won't.
Well, I hope you don't pick up a fuss now and get his heels up about going.
We'll have to handcuff him if it's necessary. I hope we don't. Okay. Do you want to secure his hospital? You want to bring your car down there, Mark?
Perkins has taken the young fellow into his house to pick up some of his personal things. Let's go on in. Subject standing next to the stove in the kitchen.
I'd like for you to go along with the officer down to our police doctor.
Trying to coax him out without using the cuffs.
Whatever the police doctor says, we'll do.
But I don't want to go for the because I'll work up.
Well, chances are you will go down to the county hospital if you have to go anywhere. Okay? You come along with this officer here now. He'll take you down to the doctor.
Thank you very much.
Escorting the subject out to the radio car. Officer in the back to keep an eye on him. Officer Johnny Moss motioning for us over here.
He wanted some more sleeping pills. I went in the bathroom and I put some bicarbonate of soda in his sleeping pills, and we gave him those, so he thinks he's sedated, and actually he's in pretty good shape.
Good deal. That's very good. You explain it to the doctor and follow his recommendation. The hospital has been notified.
Let's get back to our car again. It's kind of rough on the guy after 10 years.
Yeah, sure is.
What you have just heard is real, recorded as it actually happened on The Night Watch. We switch you now back to headquarters and the desk of Police Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
Tonight's first investigation involving the children left unattended in a car resulted in a strong warning to the mother and the booking for plain junk of the man in the case. Although, as you heard, technically this incident took place just inside of the Los Angeles territory, all of the officers agreed a warning to the mother would suffice this time, as any further action would work a greater hardship on the children. The final case of the man who became emotionally unstable resulted in his being committed for psychiatric examination. Actually, he was released 3 days later. Rest and a chance to talk out his problem was what he needed to get his mental condition under control. Recently, I received a letter from a minister in San Francisco, California. He had just heard the case of a woman under the influence of alcohol who kicked over the desk as she went berserk in the police station. Perhaps you may remember this case. It was the minister's opinion that everyone drinking to excess should have heard every word of that recording. It not only showed the dangerous road they are treading, but the real behind-the-scene problems facing your police officers. The minister concluded by saying, our work has much in common when it comes to maintaining public security. I hope in listening tonight, you have come to understand just a little better the other fellow's point of view. If you have, then we have a meaning for Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have been following Detective Unit 5-6 on its tour of duty on The Night Watch. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch is brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described in the field by the official police recorder, Don Reed.
Mr. Vance, there's a lady to see in the outer office. She has no appointment. Will you see her?
All right. Where's Miss Deering?
Oh, your secretary's out to lunch, Mr. Vance.
What's the name of the lady who's calling on me?
I don't know. She can hardly talk, Mr. Vance. She just managed to tell me she had to see you. She's either awfully scared or terribly unhappy about something.
Send her in, please. Come in, please, won't you?
Thank you.
Sit down, if you will, and tell me how I can help you.
Oh, Mr. Vance.
Oh, it's quite all right. You're safe. Won't you calm yourself and tell me what's troubling you?
Mr. Vance, I saw him. I heard him speak.
Heard who speak?
My husband.
Well, that doesn't sound like anything to break you up this way.
But you don't understand.
No, I don't imagine I do. What's so unusual about seeing your husband and hearing him speak?
He's dead. I buried him 10 months ago.
Stop that, Flo.
Stop it. I'll stop it. I'll stop it when this plate cracks against your head instead of a wall.
You little devil. I ought to...
Keep away from me. Keep away from me, George. I'll let you have it with this lamp.
You wouldn't do that to your ever-loving husband now, would you?
Would I? You bet I would.
Take your hands off the lamp, sweetheart. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk to you the way I did. Honey, honestly, I didn't mean to.
George, why do you do things like that?
Honey.
Oh, George. George, how'd a girl like me ever get tangled up with somebody like you, huh? How?
Put your arms around me, Flo. That's the way.
No, darling.
That's me. And, honey, that's you. Put darling and honey together. What have you got?
What a combination we are. We're either making love or making war. Married 6 months and not a dish left in the plate. I've thrown them all at you.
Your aim is bad, honey.
With a dish, maybe. But it's pretty good with a gun. And I got a gun. Only, darling, don't ever make me use it on you. I'll miss you so.
Well, Vance, it certainly is an unusual situation. That is, if Mrs. Miller was telling the truth.
I'm sure she was, Markham. I know it's no case for a district attorney. And I didn't come here to talk to you about it professionally. I am interested in your reaction, though.
She said she buried her husband 10 months ago.
That's right. And she was wearing deep black, Markham. Black dress, black gloves, black veil. And I checked with the undertaker who had charge of the funeral. She buried her husband, all right. The records show that a Daniel Miller was interred in Holly Oaks Cemetery just 10 months ago.
And his widow, who after 10 months reverts to her former status as wife, claims she saw him on the street. Why didn't she go up to him?
As she explains it, she was too stunned to do anything right then. By the time she recovered her composure, the man had disappeared.
Uh-huh. What's your opinion of her story, Vance?
I believe it. I believe she saw a man she honestly thought was dead.
You mean a dead man has come to life? A corpse is walking around this city?
To all intents and purposes, yes. I promised Mrs. Miller I'd do what I could to help her. She's on the verge of collapse.
Yes. Well, call on me for anything I can do, Vance.
Thank you, Markham. If you think of any way a man can be dead and buried and suddenly come to life, let me know, will you?
Now, you two men know what I want you to do?
Look, Mrs. Miller, you told us, didn't you? What do you think we are, dopes?
And she might be right.
We're always agreeing with everybody all the time. That's my brother.
That's right.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Okay, Mrs. Miller, you gave us the picture of your late husband. We got it. You told us where you think you've seen him on the street.
We got that, too.
We'll stick around that street corner till we see a guy who looks like the picture. And if we see him, we follow him to where he's living now.
That's right.
You see, she does it, too.
Now, look, I don't want any slips on this. I have an idea that some way, somehow, my husband has returned from the dead.
Hey, I don't like that.
Listen to him. He don't like it. He likes everything. I'll change his mind. Go ahead, Mrs. Miller.
He left me a lot of money when he died, but he's probably working now somewhere in the neighborhood of the street corner where I saw him. I want you to find him.
Okay, so we find him. Then what?
He was dead once. See to it that he returns to his former status. darn cat of yours again. Leave him alone.
Don't be funny, Flo. Keep reading your paper. Chang and I having fun. Come on.
Fun
Here,
with
boy.
a cat. Oh, brother.
Well, I've got to go to work in a few minutes, and this is how I relax. Besides, honey, he's a full-breed Persian.
Well, let him do something constructive with those hairs of his he keeps shedding over the rug. Teach him to crochet or something. Maybe he can make me a shawl.
He's a good cat, aren't you, Chang? Real good cat, huh? Yeah.
George.
Yeah?
You never told me
What's the
anything
matter?
about where you came from before you married me.
I was found in a cabbage patch.
Don't get cute. On you, it
Come
don't look
here.
good.
Yeah?
I've been thinking about this for some time.
Hit the string.
You know, I don't
Yeah.
know a darn thing about what you were before we were married.
What about it?
Don't talk to me like that. I'll bounce an ashtray off your head.
Now, look, honey, we said there'd be no
we
more...
said there'd be no more babbling if you talk to me the way I'm entitled to be talked to.
Kid, let's understand things. I'm your husband.
I think you love that cat more than you do me. Every time I think of you feeding him and brushing him, I could...
Darling.
Oh, honey, let's not fight. What were we fighting about anyhow?
You see, it isn't important. You don't remember. Now, come on over here, huh?
Okay. Get that lap of yours ready.
All right.
Oh, here we are. Oh. Now I know why we fight.
Yeah? Tell me.
It's so good making up. Like this. I've got a few minutes, Mr. Vance. What's on your mind?
How good is your memory, nurse?
Well, I'd remember you if I ever saw you again. Who wouldn't?
Well, thank you. Nurse, about 10 months ago, a patient named Daniel Miller was admitted to this hospital. The records say that you attended him.
Miller, let me see. Appendectomy?
No. Tell the truth, I don't know what he was in here for. His wife told me that he was in this hospital a few days before he died. But he was removed from here at his own request and died at home, as I understand
I
it.
know the man you mean. Short, medium weight, dark hair.
I've never seen him.
Oh, well, anyhow, I know whom you mean, Mr. Vance. I remember him very well. Raised quite a rumpus around here about going home, and we finally met him.
What was the matter with him? You remember that?
Yes, I do. He'd been poisoned.
Poisoned, eh? Oh, that's something I didn't know. Accidentally, would you say?
Figure it out for yourself. When we told him what was the matter with him, he said something like, "She did it, finally. I want to get out of here. I'll take care of her in my own way."
Close the door to boot, Joe. You want the whole world to hear what we tell Mrs. Miller?
It's okay with me if they hear.
Everything's okay with you. Close the door.
Sure. Only it's a tight squeeze. There.
Hello?
Mrs. Miller?
Yes?
You know who this is?
Yes. Go ahead and talk.
She said talk, so talk. Shut up.
What?
Oh, not you, Mrs. Miller. Listen, we think we spotted the guy you want.
Where is he?
Well, that's a problem. We spotted him coming out of a building just now. Only he disappeared into the crowd before we could tail him.
Oh.
We'll get him tomorrow morning, sure. That is, if he works in the building, which he probably does.
All right. Sorry you lost him, but tomorrow will do. One more day isn't so terribly important when so many years depend on what's going to happen then.
Thanks for getting the official permission to investigate the grave of Daniel Miller, Markham.
No trouble, Vance. This might become something in my department after all, judging from what you told me.
About Miller's having been poisoned?
Yes.
I still want to know how he returned to life. In all my years of private investigating, I've never encountered that before.
You want to see his grave, is that it, Vance?
I want to look into his grave, Markham. I've talked over the phone to the man in charge of the cemetery, and he'll take us out to the spot where Mr. Miller is buried.
All that we need is for it to be raining, and this would be a perfect setting. Late at night, a cemetery, a corpse that walks and talks. What else do we need?
Some idea as to how this case will end.
It would all be so simple if only Mrs. Miller were lying about seeing her husband.
He wasn't. I'll personally guarantee that. Well, let's go. The cemetery caretaker said he'd meet me here at the gate. Do you see him?
No, but then I can't see anything at all. What was that?
Well, let's make it who was that. I'll feel better about it. Hey, who are you? Where are you?
Right here. Scared you, didn't I?
Yes, you certainly did. Why aren't there any lights on around here?
The people we got around here couldn't see very good if there was lights.
Well, Markham, you know what they say about a foolish question.
Yes, remind me to apologize to the tombstones as we pass. Now, look here, you.
The name is Mort.
Rather appropriate, too, in view of this setting.
Huh?
Mort means death in French.
He does? Well, what do you know? You must be Vance and Markham, you two, right?
Were you expecting anybody else?
Nobody I could talk to. Come this way, please. I'll show you the grave you're looking for. Daniel Miller, right?
Right.
That's correct.
Well, he ain't very important around here. Only 2 autos at his funeral. Now, you take that grave over there. There's a man who should have been glad to die. 22 autos, and the speech has lasted 2 hours. In the rain, too.
Doesn't it always rain at funerals?
Only seems like it does. Now, you take this grave over here. Kind of like this and like that.
Excuse
exactly
me,
what
Mort, but who were in the automobiles at Mr. Miller's funeral?
In the 2 cars? Well, there were a couple of men from a lodge he belonged to in one, and his wife was in the other. Crying her eyes out, she was. She did pretty good for the guy. Fact is, I ain't seen better crying this year.
Where is the grave?
A man in a hurry to get to the grave now. That's a good one, eh?
Yeah.
Well, it's right here. I dug it up like you told me to. Only I didn't touch anything.
Why not?
I wasn't told to. And besides, I wouldn't even if I was told to. I'm superstitious.
Markham, mark this day down in the book. We have now heard everything. Well, we've got a job to do. I'm going to hop down into that grave.
I wouldn't if I was you.
Why not?
On account of a lot of reasons, only one of which is important.
And that is?
There ain't no casket, there ain't no body, there ain't nothing in there.
What?
That's right. I dug up the grave like I was told to do, but I could have saved myself the trouble. Somebody else must have wanted what you fellas wanted and beat you to it. That grave was empty.
This is District Attorney Markham. The case we're working on concerns the reappearance of Daniel Miller, ostensibly dead and buried 10 months ago. When Miller's widow comes to Vance, she insists she saw the presumably dead man on the street. Logic or explanation for the case is completely missing, especially inasmuch as an examination of Miller's grave reveals no body. Vance has gone to check into more detail. We're at a loss to explain any other characters in this situation, including 2 men
You know, I just thought of something. Us 2 guys keep hanging around on this street corner. People will think we're a couple of bums.
Shut up and keep looking.
I can look and talk at the same time. It's easy.
You're getting on my nerves of this job is. Nothing to do but hang around here watching a building. I'm going to get... Hey, Joe, there he is. That guy who just came out of the building, that's the guy.
It sure is. What do we do now?
We follow him. Only this time we don't lose him. Come on.
Yeah. Don't we call Mrs. Miller like she told us to?
We call her after we call on that guy who just came out of the building.
The shot came from this house, officer. I heard it. I called the police right away.
Who lives here, do you know?
Of course I know. I live next door, don't I? Mr. and Mrs. Ward live here. Came to live here just after they were married about 8 months ago. Fight? We used to fight all the time, day and night. Day and night. I've never seen...
Front door's open. Come on in. Hello there. Anybody home? Anybody home?
You see, there's nobody home. Can't blame his wife for not staying home much. Can't blame him either. She had the temper. She's always flying off the
What's
handle.
in that room there, do you know?
Oh, with the door closed?
Yeah.
That's probably his bedroom. This is my house. All these one-story bungalows built just about the same. Just about, I'd say. You take that...
I'm going to take a look in that room.
I'll go with you. I'm not afraid of anything, as long as you're here.
That's real brave of you. Now, just a second while I take a look in here.
Hey, that's a cat. Close the door. Close the door. I can't stand cats. I've never been able to stand cats ever since I was a little boy. I'll never forget...
Did you see what was next to that cat?
Well, no, I really didn't. I was so scared by...
That cat was standing next to a body. The body of his master, I'd say.
And the master was dead, with a bullet hole in his forehead.
Hello, Philo Vance speaking.
This is Markham, Vance. How many cases have you helped us solve, Vance?
Why, I don't know. Why do you ask?
Because we've finally been able to help you with one.
Oh?
Yes, a man known as George Ward, who lived with his wife at 10 Jackson Road, was found murdered a little while ago.
Yes?
Merely as a matter of procedure, Homicide Sergeant Heath took his fingerprints and checked them. He found that George Ward is really Daniel Miller, a man you've been looking for.
Well, that's very interesting. What were the circumstances of the murder?
Well, Ward, or Miller, was shot with a small caliber revolver. When the police officer on duty came into the room, the body was being guarded by a gray Persian cat. It belonged to the Wards, I understand.
I see. Well, thank you for calling, Markham. This is beginning to make some sense to me now.
It is?
Definitely. I believe I know what happened to Daniel Miller 10 months ago, but I'm not sure.
How do we find out?
How, Markham? Why, by finding out who killed George Ward, of course.
Let go of me. Let go of me, copper. If I ever get in my house, I'll break a plate over your head. Let go of me.
Easy now, Mrs. Ward. Take it easy. All I want to do is take you downtown for questioning. Orders were to pick you up now that your husband was murdered.
I don't know anything about this murder. I was downtown shopping. I heard about it on the radio, and I came straight out here. Are you going to let me alone?
Sorry, Mrs. Ward. I got to take you downtown. That's my orders. Sergeant Heath wants you brought in. We understand you and your husband have been doing a lot of battling, and the sergeant...
The sergeant wants to see me, does he? All right, I'll go with you. Let me stop at the dime store first. I want to get a couple of plates to break over his head if he tries to say that I killed George.
Okay, Mrs. Miller. You heard the radio. Guy named George Ward was killed. That was the guy whose picture you showed us.
It sure was. It was his picture you showed my brother and me. We followed him to his house, a bungalow, and then we knocked him off.
And now you want to be paid.
That's right.
It ain't wrong, lady.
Shut up, you.
Everybody tells me to shut up.
Now, look. You two followed orders. You did as you were told. But how am I going to be sure the man you killed was my former husband? Oh, dear, this black dress.
I could get your whisk room, lady.
Never mind.
You got a point there, Mrs. Miller. You couldn't be sure that Ward and your husband was the same guy. Suppose we wait till tomorrow when you see the pictures in the paper. That ought to be proof enough for you.
Sure it should.
Sounds all right. Suppose you two come around here tomorrow night and I'll...
Nothing doing.
Nothing doing, lady.
Why not?
I don't know. Ask me brother.
Well, why not come around here tomorrow night? I'll pay you then.
Mrs. Miller, by tomorrow night you could be 1,000 miles away from here. You got what you want. You really are with her this time. All the dough the guy left, you know you can keep now. You don't have to worry about his ever coming back and throwing you out on your ear.
You're pretty smart, aren't you?
We sure are.
I'm smart enough to know the score. No, lady, you're going to have company until them papers come out. Joey and me, we're staying here.
I won't have you in my house. I'll have you thrown out.
Sit down, lady.
You pushed me. You dared to push me. Why, I could have the both of you.
You go to the chair, too, Mrs. Miller. You hired us. Remember it. Oh, expecting somebody?
No.
Well, get rid of whoever it is.
Yeah, get rid of him.
Both of you stay here.
No, I'll go to the door. And I'll stay right behind her in case you get cute. Come on.
I'll stay here, huh? You want me here?
That's right. All right, Mrs. Miller. Open it up.
Mr. Vance.
Good evening, Mrs. Miller. I believe I have some news for you. May I come in?
Not right now. I'm busy.
It won't take a minute. There we are. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you might have had company. My name is Vance.
Well, change it.
Your friend isn't very sociable, is he? Seems to me I recognize him. Isn't he one of the Dilling brothers? The police are looking for them.
Vance, I've got so much to tell you, but arrest these two men. They're murderers. They killed a man known as George...
You've got a big mouth, lady.
And you've got big hands, my friend. I don't like women being slapped.
No? How much don't you like it?
This much.
Hey, what do you think you're doing to my brother?
I think I've already done it.
Yeah? Well, I can take
Stay
care
right
of you.
where you are. I don't want to have to use this gun. Now, suppose we all relax and we finish this business that was started in my office yesterday morning, Mrs. Miller. What are you doing?
Oh, I'm sorry. These black dresses, they pick up everything. I was just trying to get some lint off.
You've got some of the lint off, Mrs. Miller. Your dress isn't entirely clean yet.
Oh, is there something else?
Yes, but it can wait. You're surprisingly calm, Mrs. Miller.
Why shouldn't I be? You're here. I have nothing to fear now. Have I?
I don't know. Did you ever meet a man named George Ward?
George Ward. That's the man these two brothers admitted to me they killed.
Why, you...
They said he was my husband. That's why they were here, and they tried to blackmail me.
You never saw or knew Ward?
No. Vance, I thought my husband was dead until I saw him on the street the other day. I never saw him again. Never. If he changed his name to Ward, I didn't know it.
That's entirely possible.
You believe me, then?
I believe that seeing your husband on the street was a great shock to you. I believe you honestly thought he was dead. I believe you didn't know he was living under the name of Ward. And I also believe you murdered him early this evening. You're entitled to an explanation of this case, and you're going to get it. The entire explanation. Will you tell him, Mrs. Miller?
You tell him. You're the genius.
Well, 10 months ago, Daniel Miller left the hospital knowing his wife had tried to murder him by poison. He went home and bribed an undertaker to bury an empty casket. That was to fool his wife, who was not in town at the time, but returned in time to go to the funeral.
Oh, that's what he did, eh?
Sure he did. But I got him just the same. I had to kill him. You hear me? I had to. I couldn't stand him when he was married to me, but it was worse when he was married to another girl. And I'd kill him again if I got the chance. I'd kill him
Better
again.
take her out of here, Burke.
Right, Mr. Markham. Come on, you. Let's get going.
You'll never send me to the chair. I'll say I'm crazy. I'll say I'm insane. They'll never be able to kill me for what I've done.
Come on, out.
You only think you...
Well. Well, Vance, where were we?
We were talking about how Miller had himself buried in an empty casket, which he later reclaimed.
Yes. What happened after that?
Daniel Miller then disappeared and adopted the identity of George Ward, marrying another girl and starting an entirely new existence.
Uh-huh.
Then Mrs. Miller saw him on the street and realized he wasn't dead and might show up at any time to either accuse her of attempted murder or throw her out in the street.
So Mrs. Miller went to you.
That was a mistake. But she was so confused at the time, she couldn't even talk, much less think. However, she realized later she had to keep away from me. And she did, and hired the Dilling brothers to wait on the corner where she saw her husband and try and follow him to his new home.
As I understand it, they did. Then later came back to Mrs. Miller, who they insist didn't know where her husband was living. Vance, the Dilling boys wanted to be paid for the murder. Why didn't you think they did it?
I was sure Mrs. Miller did the job. You see, what happened was this. When the Dillings spotted her husband, she was watching them. She followed them in a cab while they were following her husband.
Sounds like a parade.
Mm-hmm.
That's how she found out where Miller was living, eh?
Yes.
You reason that she got into the house before they did, by the back door probably, and killed Miller. The Dillings found the husband dead, but they tried to get paid regardless.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We have Mrs. Miller's confession, of course, but I knew she was guilty because I saw that on her black dress there was a long gray hair. A hair that could only have come from a Persian cat.
Of course, the Persian.
Now, you had told me that the man who was murdered had a Persian cat.
Yes.
Well, the combination of circumstances couldn't be coincidence. Your laboratory has a hair from that cat and from Mrs. Miller's dress. I'm sure they'll match.
I'm sure you're right, Vance. Just as I'm sure Mrs. Miller has reached the end of the line.
And we've reached the end of the talking corpse murder case.
Calling all detectives. A man is killed in a locked, barred room. You're the detective. You know it was murder, but can you prove it? That is the problem on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Let me, Jerry Browning, private detective, tell you something. There are killers so clever that they defeat themselves. I left police headquarters, walked to my car, got in, and drove straight to the Claymore Arms Hotel, where Stephen Holly lived. The man who opened the door was about my height, strong-featured, powerfully built. He said, "Yes? What is it?" "Mr. Holly, I won't waste time. Sandage was found dead in his room this morning, shot. Police say it's suicide. I know it isn't." Holly invited me in, sat down, calmly lit a cigarette. "Really? How can you be so sure, Mr. Browning?" "Because Sandage came to see me a few days ago. He was afraid of being killed by you." Holly didn't flinch. "John suffered from that delusion for years. Apparently it drove him to suicide. It was no delusion and it wasn't suicide, no matter what you or anybody else says." Holly smiled. "You intend to prove that I killed him?" I smiled too. "Yes, unless you want to save time by confessing." "No, I'm afraid I can't accommodate you, Mr. Browning. And even if I did kill John, which, mind you, I don't admit, I doubt very much that you could prove it." I got up. "Mr. Holly, that's the most foolish thing you ever said in your life." A man practically admitted committing a murder and defied me to prove it. I drove out to the Sandage home, found the homicide detail in charge. I said to the sergeant in charge, "I'm Jerry Browning. Mr. Sandage hired me just a couple of days before he died." The sergeant said, "Oh, yeah, Dawson said you'd be coming over. Want to take a look around?" I nodded. "If you don't mind." The sergeant waved his hand. "Go right ahead. Plainest case of suicide I ever saw." I went upstairs to the master bedroom where the body had been found. The first thing I noticed was that the bedroom door had been removed and was propped up against the wall. It was a very heavy, massive oak door, as were all the doors of the house. While I was standing there, I heard footsteps behind me. It was the sergeant. He said, "Looking at the door, Browning. Well, we had to take it off the hinges, only way we could get in." I nodded. "Locked from the inside, eh?" "And how? Locked and on a chain beside. And look inside. Bars over the windows, a straight drop to the ground, no trees nearby, no other windows in line with this one. And we found the gun on the floor by the bed." "You still think it was murder?" "Did you check the room for strange fingerprints?" The sergeant was amused. "Sure. As soon as Dawson phoned, telling us you were at headquarters making a fuss. And we didn't find any fingerprints. What else do you want to know?" "Something you can't tell me. How the murder was committed." I spent the rest of the day in and around the Sandage house. The sergeant was right about one thing. There was absolutely no way anybody could have shot Sandage from outside the room. And no way for anybody to get into the room once Sandage had locked himself in. As I was leaving, the sergeant said, "By the way, what was the man so afraid of?" "He and another man were once in love with the same woman, Sergeant. She married Sandage years ago while he was a poor man, and she died before Sandage ever got a break. Sandage felt that his rival always blamed him for the woman's death." Well, thanks for your cooperation, Sergeant. That evening, I stationed myself outside Stephen Holly's apartment building. And when Holly came out, Holly spun around. "Why are you following me?" "I'm not following you, Mr. Holly. I just happen to be going your way. Pay no attention to me. You'll be seeing me around a lot." For the next week, when I wasn't prowling around the Sandage house, I was trailing Holly and making no attempt to conceal it. And late one evening, I followed Holly around the corner, found him waiting for me when I turned it. He said, "Browning, this is intolerable. I will not be followed by you." I shrugged. "Better get used to it, Mr. Holly, because I'll never let up until I get you." Holly tried to find a reserve of calm. Browning, you have to make a living. How much do you want to leave me alone? I shook my head slowly. Holly shouted, I'll kill you! That's what you wanted me to say, isn't it? Don't worry. I'll never lose my control again. You'll never get me, Browning. Come on, let's walk. Mr. Holly, you worked out some kind of a trick in that murder. A locked door stunt. But it doesn't mean anything. It's like a puzzle. You know there's a solution, and if you're patient enough, sooner or later you find it. Good night, Mr. Holly. It was 2 a.m. I'd been asleep for hours when the inspiration hit me. I sat up in bed, grabbed the phone, made 2 calls before I located the homicide sergeant, also home and in bed. I said, I know it's late, but this is important. Sergeant, when your men took the door off Sandage's bedroom, did the screws come easily out of the hinges? I mean, if you could remove the door, then... Oh, the screws were rusted in. Yeah. Broke 2 of them. Yeah. Well, I'm sorry I bothered you. Good night. But the next morning, I was back at the Sandage house again. My dream image of that door being removed from its hinges was so real, I had to check it for myself. The sergeant was right, of course. Something like that would never escape his attention. I stood for hours before that door, still off its hinges. I rapped it, tested, practically beat my head against it because I knew that door held the answer. And then it came to me. My idea had been right, removing screws not from the hinge but from the lock. It was just a question of shifting attention, and I had it. I got the sergeant on the phone again. Come on over to the Sandage place. Yeah, I've solved it, but I don't want to touch anything without a witness. The door had a big ornate handle in keeping with its methodness. The screws came out of the lock at a touch, and behind the lock was a hole big enough to put a man's fist through. Or a revolver. That evening, I was waiting for Holly as usual. When he came out, I fell into step with him. I said, "Well, Mr. Holly, I finally solved the puzzle. The trick was a lock. Now that I know how you did it, I'm satisfied. And I'm willing to talk money." Holly said, "I'll give you $500. I shook my head. $5,000. But I'll take the $500 as first payment. Holly took out his wallet, removed some bills, handed them to me. And as he did, "Hey, take that money. Honey, you're under arrest for murder." Yeah? Trapping him was as easy as that, once we knew his murder mechanism. Like I said, the trickier a murder, the easier it is to solve. Because when you figure out the trick, you've generally figured out everything there is to know about it. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective.
It was hot and still, an August night in the middle of April. But that didn't matter to the striptease dancer in the golden mask, because murder made her blood run cold the night the heat wave struck.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Heat Wave.
Spring was only 3 weeks old, but the sun bore down on Los Angeles with the middle of the summer vengeance. At noon, it was 102 in the shade, and by 3:30, with doors, window, and shirt collar all open as far as they would go, I still sweltered in the kind of heat that wilts both your clothes and your character, as I tried to make sense from the crisp words of a telegram I just received from one Karen Driscoll, Jr., no less, of Nob Hill, San Francisco. It told me to go to the Palace Theater, a burlesque house on Main Street, watch the performance of the featured dancer, get backstage, and take a close look at her face. Then meet the 7 o'clock plane from San Francisco and report what I'd seen to Miss Driscoll, Jr. It was a strange request coming from Nob Hill, but the enclosed $50 money order wasn't kidding, so I perspired my way down to the Palace Theater. There, instead of the usual 30 beautiful girls, 30 sign over the marquee, was a 50-foot gold banner that screamed, "The Heat Wave, who is she?" And the showcase cards that led to the box office were all a circle of question marks that scented a woman wearing a strange gold mask and little else. I bought a ticket and went inside in time for the tail end of the matinee. A baggy-pants comedian was just winding up a corny south-of-the-border routine as I sat down.
But there was Manuel, my brother, Manuel Labor. he was the laziest man in all Mexico. Yeah, until he got a job shooting bulls for the government. He shot 800 bulls a day. Yeah, that made him the biggest bull shooter in Mexico City.
The comic kicked the crown out of an oversized sombrero in a hybrid hat dance and then galloped off into the wings. After reminding myself that I was here on business, I sat down again as a personality boy in brown flannel and a yellow shirt stepped into the spotlight with his arms raised.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're now privileged to witness one of the most unusual and breathtaking spectacles ever presented on any stage. In a moment, you will see her, the woman of mystery, performing exotic rites to the pagan sun god of the Incas, exactly as they were performed 3,000 years ago in the strange temples of the Andes. But who is she? Who is this woman? And who knows what secrets lie behind her mask of gold? The Palace Theater presents the masked marvelous, the beautiful, the dazzling, the mysterious Heat Wave.
I had to admit it. This was special. She was the color of alabaster and as supple as a cat, and as she moved across the stage, she got more convolutions out of her two arms than a restless octopus could with 8. Her costume from the neck down was about as sheer as a new spider web, and above that and covering her face completely was a gold mask, grotesque and glistening. As the dance headed for a climax designed to knock the cash customers right out of their seats, I reminded myself again that I was here on business. So I walked down the side aisle to a door that led backstage and went through it just as the dance ended. Then while the audience tore the house down begging for more, the heat wave tossed a couple of kisses through a gold mask and ran to a dressing room. I started after her and was halfway there when a bulging hulk in a sharkskin suit that measured 6'6" in every direction lumbered casually out of the shadows and took a bulldog stance with his back against the dressing room door. I started thinking up fast ad-libs and was hot for a switch on the eager reporter gag when the baggy-pants comic slid up beside me.
Hey, chum.
Huh?
They're asking for a load of mayhem if you try to get to the heat wave past Jesse there.
Jesse? He the man mountain in the sharkskin suit?
Yeah, with orders to break bones.
No.
Maybe I can help you out.
Good. But how come?
Here, let's go around to the side. You're a reporter, right?
Yeah.
Well, Inky Barnes can use a little publicity, too, you know. Hold it here by the door. Now, what is it you have to know?
Well, all I want's one look at her face.
Yeah, that's a cinch. I said I'd help you out, and I will. Like this. Right
out there in the alley. And don't come back before midnight, Goon. You can see her face then when she takes the mask off.
I should have known better, but all I wanted at the moment was to kick the slack out of a pair of baggy pants. So I bounced back up the steps, jerked the door open, and ran head-on into 3 square yards of sharkskin suit. It was Jesse.
You ain't welcome around here, bum, so stay out. Have you got it?
Okay, Jesse, let's say I've got it.
Yeah. Also, don't drop it as you walk away.
I was glad to remember that I had a client to meet at the airport. So in spite of the fact that the heat wave's face was still a well-kept secret behind a gold mask, I took Jesse's good advice and left.
Flight 11 from San Francisco arriving at Gate 4. With Dr. Robert Reamer, please report to the information desk.
When the plane taxied to a stop at the airline's gate, it was 7 o'clock sharp. And as the passengers unloaded, a tall, sinuous brunette with arched eyebrows, an imperial gesture, and a hat that had kept some imaginative milliner out of the red for several months had to be Miss Karen Driscoll, Jr. I introduced myself, ushered her to the cocktail lounge, and when a Gibson sparkled in front of each of us, she got down to business.
Well, Marlowe, did you see her?
Yes and no.
I have a photograph here. Look, is this the same girl?
It's a headshot. It's pretty, but no help, Miss Driscoll.
You didn't see her face then?
No. Look, Junior, do I refund your money now or start asking questions?
Don't be ridiculous. I must know who that girl is, and I'll tell you why. This picture is of my sister, Midge Driscoll.
Oh? Think your sister's the heat wave?
Yes. Oh, she's doing it to humiliate me, Marlowe. Tomorrow I'm being married to a man whose family is distinguished in diplomatic circles.
No?
And this burlesque heat wave woman is to be revealed at midnight tonight. If she is my sister, can you imagine what the papers will do with that story tomorrow morning?
Yeah, some wedding present. But your own sister, I don't get it. Why?
Oh, it's an old hate, Marlowe. Midge lost a love affair, and I won it. Years ago. She's never gotten over it.
Oh.
And she's done things before. The day I was elected president of the Metropolitan Club, she faked an elopement with my chauffeur. The night of my engagement party, she rode a horse into the Flamingo Room. A brawl started, and she spent the night in jail.
I see what you mean, but this heat wave's got a lot of talent for burlesque. A lot of experience in her line. In fact, she's a sensation, let's face it. So what makes you think it's Midge, a hunch?
Oh, no. I found the name Tracy Lake in her apartment in San Francisco. He's the manager of the Palace Theater here. I learned that from a newspaper story in which Josh Freeman...
Josh Freeman?
Yes, the big producer.
Oh.
He's supposed to be bargaining with Lake for his heat wave discovery. Oh, she's done a thorough advance publicity job, all right.
What if she turns out to be your sister? What then?
That's my business. I know how to make money talk, Marlowe, and I've more than enough for a polite but firm conversation. Your job is merely to find out for sure, between now and midnight, if my sister actually is this heat wave. I'll take care of everything else.
Karen Driscoll Jr. gave me her local phone number, then got up, cursed the hot night, bid me hurry, and summoned a taxi. All with a regal wave, one hand. And I was left to my own devices in something less than 5 hours to make them work in, so I drove back to the Palace Theater, which was stalling until midnight by showing a triple feature movie. Paid another admission and slipped backstage again. It was deserted except for 2 electricians tied up in pinochle under the switchboard light. The heat wave's dressing room was locked. Jessie was nowhere in sight, and I was about to leave again when I heard a familiar voice cooing into a dark note that turned out to be a phone booth. It was Hinky Barnes, the baggy pants comic.
Beauty to the beautiful, you know. Hey, listen, baby. About that other deal, did you talk to her? She won't. You sure? Yeah. Yeah, well, look, I gotta talk to you. How about dinner? You can't? Well, I know you got things on your mind, but... Yeah, honey, I know you're tired. Well, okay. Don't worry, things are gonna be okay. You'll see. Bye-bye, baby.
Hey, Hinky.
Oh, you again.
Yeah, that's right. That brings us up to date, even Steven. Now, get this. First, I'm not a reporter. Second, I represent Josh Freeman's office. And third, I haven't got all night.
You mean Josh Freeman, the big producer?
Know any other Josh Freeman? I want to talk to Tracy Lake about the heat wave, but I want to see her before I talk. Is she here?
No. She won't be back until the big midnight show.
Where's Tracy, then?
He's home. The Toppert house out in Wilshire. About 2 blocks down from Arthur Murray's. Hey, but listen, tell me something. Is Josh going to make a star out of her?
With a talent like hers? What do you think, Hinky? I left Hinky with his mouth hanging open and the fire of ambition burning like an alcohol lamp in each eye as I drove out to the Toppert house on Wilshire. Leaning on the bell at Tracy Lake's apartment, I got ready to be a hard-hitting, practical-minded producer's right-hand man.
Yeah, what is it?
Tracy, my name's Marlowe out of Josh Freeman's office. Caught the Heat Waves Act this afternoon, willing to wrap her up and take her home right now. But not sight unseen. Who is she?
Wait a minute.
Huh?
You say you're from Josh Freeman, Marlowe?
That's right. And I got a blank check right here in my pocket. Authorized to fill it out unless you're completely unreasonable.
I see. Well, now, look, Marlowe, this heat wave thing is going over 1,000% better than any of us expected.
Yeah, I know. But you see...
The price is high already, and the bids have only started to come in. Oh, excuse me. I just opened a bottle of Paul Masson over there. Help yourself, Marlowe. I'll be right back.
A perfectly good telephone sat within an arm's reach of Lake. But instead he went down the hall to an extension and closed the door behind him. It was distinctly malpractice, but time was running out on me, so I picked up the phone and listened.
Is Mr. Ridgely the jeweler?
Oh, yes. What is it, Ridgely?
The bracelet you selected is ready now. We can deliver it immediately.
Fine. Goes to Miss Nita LaBar, 44 Edgewood Terrace. Oh, enclose a card. Don't worry
worry, darling. You're my real heat wave. Sign it, Tracy.
Lovely, lovely. And the engagement ring? The sunburst?
Yeah, that's for Miss LeVar, too. But deliver that to the theater at midnight. You got it?
Yes, indeed, sir. Thank you. And congratulations.
Tracy Lake and Nita LeVar. Who might she be?
Sorry, Marlowe, a little personal business. Now, you were saying...
Yeah. I was saying I can hand you a nice fat check if this mass marvelous is really okay. You're building up to quite a surprise, Tracy. You must have something.
Yes. Indeed I have, old boy. Plenty.
Yeah?
I can't reveal the lady's name until midnight.
All right. Play coy. What's her background? Has she got class?
Class? Marlowe, you wouldn't believe it.
Not blue book stuff. Society girl in burlesque?
Why, anything's possible, Marlowe.
Sure. She could even be from Nob Hill, huh?
Yeah, like I said.
Anything's possible, sure. Okay, Tracy, that's what I wanted to find out. See you after the unveiling, and you got a great night for it.
Oh, Marlowe, I suppose Big Ed Peters is in on the deal as usual, along with Josh?
Yeah, it's a regular Josh Freeman deal, just as usual. See you later, Tracy. This is Marlowe, Jr. I just wound up an interview with Tracy Lake. When I threw Nob Hill at him, he turned green. But it's not official yet. The odds are high that it's your sister Midge, all right, who's knocking him dead as the heat wave.
I knew it. That horrible, vindictive little tramp. What else, Marlowe? Did you find out where she is?
Yeah. She's going under the name of Nita LeVar and staying at 44 Edgewood Terrace near MacArthur Park. But listen, it's not positive yet, so I'm going there to check right now.
Where are you calling from, Marlowe?
A phone booth at a closed gas station out here on Wilshire. But Oh.
What's the matter? What is it, Marlowe?
I am about to start earning that fee of yours, baby. 300 pounds of muscle in a sharkskin suit just walked up. Goodbye.
Hello, Sonny.
Well, my Piltdown pal.
So the boss was right. You're just a cheap, nosy reporter, after all. It's cramped in there, ain't it? But you're not getting out, Bub.
Now, wait a minute, Jesse. It's a hot night. Let's not work up a sweat, huh?
Don't you worry about that. Mr. Lake pegged you as a phony nosy, and that's bad.
What do you mean, phony?
You said Big Ed Peters was in on a deal with Josh Freeman.
All right, what about it?
Big Ed's been dead for 12 years. And you know what? He's still going to look better than you are 30 seconds from now. Oh!
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, tomorrow night, in order of their appearance, you'll hear Joseph Cotton, Ozzie and Harriet, Jack Benny and his gang, Amos and Andy, Sam Spade, Lum and Abner, Helen Hayes, Eve Arden, and hold tight now, a special show with Bing Crosby, Bob Hope, Claudette Colbert, and Don Moore over most of these same CBS network stations. And Jack Benny with Mary, Phil, Dennis, Don, and Rochester will be heard over them all. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Heat Wave.
When the little man in big iron boots who were kicking at the lining of my temples finally quit, and I dragged myself back up to the vertical, Gargantua was gone. I was sure of only two things. Tracy Lake did not know that I was anything other than a nosy reporter, and second and more important, it was time for me to head for Edgewood Terrace and the lady known as Nita LeVar. As I started for the front door of number 44, which was an all-alone stucco on the tile L shape that showed a single light, the little men in iron boots went to work again. It reminded me that it might be healthier if I first found out exactly what was waiting behind the mat marked welcome. So I made a wise circle around to the back, then in closer past a whispering huddle of palms through a flagstone patio that led to a short flight of also flagstone steps. But there, when I was only a few feet from an uncurtained window, I stopped at the sight of something I hadn't expected. It was the body of a woman lying in a twisted heap at the bottom of the stairs. When I moved closer, I saw that the ugly cut on the side of her head that had killed her had come from the jagged edge of the last step. I also saw that the woman was Midge Driscoll. Next to the body, there was an overturned, crushed sprinkling can, which meant that she could have fallen to her death accidentally. Also, it could have meant that if murdered, her killer had overturned and crushed the sprinkling can as well. I was somewhere between the two thoughts when I heard a car brake to a stop in front of the house. Then high heels on a cement walk. I quietly moved around to where I could see something tall and blonde who, in a better light, would have been better looking. Good evening.
What? Who's there?
Name's Philip Marlowe. Mean anything?
Nothing.
Then try this. I'm a friend of Midge Driscoll's.
Midge? I never heard of anyone by that name.
I'll bet. Step up a little closer, honey.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Bright Eyes. Midge!
Yeah, Midge. And Driscoll. Name you never heard of, remember? Now, what do you say? Do we play it straight?
Yeah. I'm Nita LeVar, Mr. Marlowe.
Baby, you're getting in deeper by the minute, and by that I specifically mean that Midge Driscoll here and Nita LeVar are one and the same.
Oh, you're crazy. I know my own name. It is and always has been Nita LeVar. That's Midge Driscoll.
All right, since you've grown so cooperative, maybe you can tell me why she's dead.
Could be that she fell down those stairs.
An hour before her unmasking is the heat wave?
Heat wave? You know an awful lot, mister. How come?
It's strictly business. I'm a private detective with client. We'll talk about that later. Right now, it's time to go in and call the police. And don't tell me you can't find your key.
Don't worry, private detective. I won't. Here, catch.
Got it.
Now, let's get inside. But let's not call the police, huh?
Why not? Are you afraid that they'll... Oh, I see what you and that pretty little gun mean.
I'm glad. I'd hate to have to shoot you.
Why, want a night your quarter?
Don't be funny. I didn't kill Midge.
Then why no police?
For a very good reason. Until tonight, Marlowe, I've been the heat wave. The substitute heat wave for Milady there, who didn't have the time or the talent for the build-up to the great joke she was going to pull on her sister.
You mean you were the one I saw today?
The one everybody saw every day. And liked. Liked so much that business boomed and all the heads in the front row weren't bald.
Which has what to do with me calling the police?
In general, everything. In particular, my career. I tried to get that crazy kid there to back off and let me go on with the act that she'd kill after one performance, but no. Miss Bunny Moneybanks wouldn't hear of it.
Now that she's dead, you're in, is that it?
Solid. And that's also the reason why I don't want to spend the next 2 hours talking to cops. So go on, put the key in the lock, turn it, open the door, and walk in.
What happens then?
Then, Mr. Marlowe, we call Tracy Lake and arrange for a playmate for you.
Playmate named Jessie, maybe.
A playmate named Jessie. And no, maybe.
When we got inside, Nita LeVar, who handled the prisoner with the finesse of a Marine Guard detachment, took my gun, threw it across the room, put me into a faraway straight-back chair, and got through to Tracy Lake without once taking her baby blue eyes off me. Then when she told the man she called Darling all about Midge's death, which could have been for my benefit, she placed a rush order for the monster. After that, she hung up, sat down, lit a cigarette, and waited. But a second later, she was back on her feet. When I said that friend Jessie was fast, she said I should shut up and more.
Listen, Marlowe, you do exactly as I say. Coming! Now stay right where you are and don't so much as open your mouth. Who is it?
It's me, Nita. Hinky.
Oh, good. Come on in, Hinky.
Hello, Nita.
Hi.
I just happened to be going by, and since I knew it was Midge's night, I thought that...
Never mind what you thought. Just come in and listen. It isn't Midge's night, Hinky. It's mine. And don't ask questions now. Here.
Oh, what's the gun for, Nita? What's the matter?
A private detective, but public nuisance named Marlowe.
Marlowe, a detective?
Mm-hmm.
You told me he was from Josh Freeman's office.
He was lying. Now, get this, Hinky. Midge Driscoll is out and back, dead.
But why?
I don't know why, and I care less. But Marlowe here is crazy for calling the cops, which would leave me at midnight doing my big number for the desk sergeant. Great. So use that gun, see, and hold him here until Jessie shows up, which should be any minute. Now, goodbye, and be careful, Hinky. So long, bright boy.
Gentle soul, huh, Barnes?
Never mind, Marlowe. Save the gap for Jessie. He's a great listener.
I doubt if he'll give me the time, considering that I know it's an odds-on bet it'll be a couple of slugs in my belt buckle before he's even in the room.
Jessie? Kill you? Why would he do that?
Because he works for Tracy Lake. And Tracy Lake has to kill me, Barnes. I know he's a murderer.
Midge Driscoll was murdered? You sure of that?
Just about. Doesn't figure any other way. Nita herself told me how much this chance means to her and how hard she tried to get Midge to back off.
But Tracy, how does he tie in?
2 ways. The money he'll get out of the show continuing indefinitely, and better than that, the fact that he and Nita are going to be married.
Those two get married? You're nuts, Marlowe.
No, it's straight, Bonds. I know because I overheard Tracy talking to a jeweler about the ring he ordered. Now, you mind if I have a cigarette? Hey, Bonds, can I reach for a cigarette?
Oh, yeah, okay. Hey, Marlowe. You sure of this? Everything you just said, I mean, about them getting married, no?
Sure I am. Why, a little disgusted with your buddies?
Yeah, a little. So as of right now, you can do as you want. I'm leaving.
No, you're not, Mr. Bonds.
Jesse, hey, Jesse, don't shoot.
I won't, Mr. Bonds. Unless, of course, you or Buster try to get out of here.
Oh, who, me, Jesse?
Yeah. You were going to let Marlowe go, Mr. Bonds. I don't think Mr. Lake would like that.
I'm sure he wouldn't, Jesse. So why don't you just save everyone a lot of time and start pulling that trigger? While you can still see what you're doing. Hey, light! Get going, Bonds!
You dirty louse. I'll fix you. You'll never get out of here alive. Where are you? Come on, talk. Where are you? Where are you? Answer me, you hear? Answer me.
With pleasure.
Oh, you stinking slime. I'll tear you apart if I get my hands on you.
Which, Jesse boy, is a trick. And now for our meeting in a phone booth, flowers, your big 8 bars and all. After I got some lights on and found my gun where Nita had tossed it when we first came in, I checked Jesse over once to make sure that he was neither dead nor too alive. Then I started for the door. But there, even as my hand closed over the knob, I stopped. A crazy thought from I don't know where wedging its way into my mind. I turned back toward the room and stared at the flower and vase-strewn form of the ape that covered half the carpet. Then slowly the wedge broke through and there was light, lots of it. The kind in which I could see why Midge Driscoll had been murdered. And more important, why I had to get to the Palace Theater and Nita LaVar before murder happened again. I lurched from the curb in front of Nita's at 20 minutes to 12. When I screeched to a stop downtown at the Palace without somehow hitting or being hit along the way, those 20 minutes were gone. And I was worried because midnight meant that Nita would already be on stage for the unmasking. I raced past the general at the door and then across the lobby and into the theater where I figured I could get down a side aisle of the wings. That was figuring wrong. Because fire laws notwithstanding, the place was strictly SRO and packed tighter than the 7th Game World Series. Between the backs of perspiring necks, I could see that Nita, who was across stage from Tracy Lake himself and in the center of a single spotlight that could have opened a supermarket, was still masked. So while I prayed that Lake, who was winding up his spiel, would think of bigger and better adjectives, I ran back to the lobby and around to a flight of stairs that led to the first balcony, where over on one side and near the railing, I found an old man who was daddy to a trio of baby Spots, and the one giant that was on Nita. I shoved him aside just as Lake finished and the maestro took over. And with one hand, I got a good grip on the .38 in my pocket, and with the other, the handle on the big Spot.
Hey, what are you doing?
Hoping I'm wrong, Dad. But if not, hoping the gun I expect doesn't come from the wings, but... Hey, there, in that side balcony near the curtain, see it?
Yeah, it's a gun, all right. Hey, that's Hinky Barnes.
Right. Let's give the funny man a big audience and lots of light. You're on, Barnes.
Watch out, he's going to shoot at us.
Yeah, and us at him.
You got him! You got him!
Music! Music! Play something! Play music! Play some music!
It was 20 minutes of bedlam. Police, music, and 2 quick numbers by Nita LaVar, all of whose shaking was not routine. Before the Palace got back to the quiet business of being a burlesque house, and the show went on. It was another hour and 20 minutes before it was all over, and the theater was empty and dark, except for a work light on the stage where Nita, Tracy Lake, and I were sitting in the middle of a papier-mâché Inca civilization.
Well, Marlowe, the police say that Hinky's going to live for a while. Can't figure the guy. Never knew he felt that way about Nita here.
Neither did I. I was always okay to him, and I knew he cared some, but that's as far as it went.
With you, Nita, yeah. But with Hinky, it was something else.
Something strong enough to make him kill Midge Driscoll so that Nita would get a big chance, eh, Marlowe?
Mm-hmm. And when he found out through me that you two were going to be married, he realized that the murder he had committed was for nothing. And now he was going to make one count. So he turned on you, Nita.
How did you find out in time to get to him before he could make a try for Nita?
The way the guy sagged when I said you were going to be married told me all I had to know. But it was cinched by the American beauties draped around Jesse.
American beauties? Flowers?
Yeah. See, I remembered a phone call Hinky made. You, Nita, had been the lady he'd talked to and loved. From there on out, it was a little better than a shot in the dark.
2 shots in the dark, Marlowe. Good ones that are responsible for Nita still being here with her. Thanks, fella.
Yeah, Marlowe, thanks a lot.
Don't mention it. After all, I was paid for my work, and besides, that dance you do, Nita, belongs to posterity. Good night. It was still hot in the city. I had no enthusiasm for further conversation, and a very sticky feeling from head to foot. So I took care of Karen Driscoll, Jr. in a fast telephone call and then pointed my car for my apartment. I couldn't help thinking of poor little Hinky Barnes, who brought laughter to everyone else, but could find no happiness for himself. He was like the man who went to see a doctor one day and said, "Doctor, I can't laugh anymore." And the doctor said, "Go and see Grok, the greatest clown of them all. If he can't make you laugh, there's no help for you." The man smiled and said, "Thank you, doctor. You see, I am Grok."
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, star Gerald Moore, and are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Vivi Janis, Wilms Herbert, Ed Begley, Elsie Holmes, Barney Phillips, and Byron Kane. The special music is by Richard O'Runt. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
It started at dawn in a Los Angeles taxi and wound up that night on a cliff in the middle of the Pacific. All because of a Dutchman with $50,000, a corpse, and a lily pond, and an Oriental with a chauffeur who wanted a cloak made of nothing but feathers.
In just about an hour from now, $50,000, the biggest jackpot in radio history, will be waiting CBS listeners from coast to coast on the Sing It Again program over most of these same CBS network stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Pepsi-Cola, P-E-P-S-I, that's your smartest cola buy. Pepsi-Cola presents Counterspy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy. Calling Washington.
United States Counterspy, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
Tonight, the case of the Murmured Million. Another Counterspy report to the American people, brought to you each Tuesday and Thursday by Pepsi-Cola.
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot.
That's right, you heard what they said. 2 full glasses of sparkling Pepsi from one big 12-ounce bottle. You're getting an extra glassful. And what a delicious glassful. The most refreshing, delightful cola that ever tickled your taste. You can't top Pepsi's tangy flavor. And that big bottle saves you money, goes twice as far. Pepsi is America's big favorite. And America's biggest cola value. So why take less when Pepsi is best? Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember,
Why take less when Pepsi's best?
And now to Counterspy.
Hello? Oh, yeah, Tony. With the same guy? Boy, that little two-timing. Where are you now? Oh, downstairs in the lobby. Is she on her way up? No, you don't have to tail her anymore. I got enough for a nice big burn. Okay, ring off. Dang. I learned you.
Well, Rocky, I got something I want to talk to you about.
Me first, Dad. I got something I want to give you.
Well, it's about time. I've been due for...
You've been due for this for a long time.
Rocky!
Obey makes a jerk out of Rocky.
Oh, Rocky, don't!
Timing me for a two-bit con man.
Oh! Oh, stop it, Rocky. Stop it, I tell you.
Don't tell me nothing. I know it all. Nobody pulls the wool over Rocky's eyes.
Oh!
He's good, this guy, Norman. Huh? Worth taking a beating for. He's that good at playing around.
Oh, no, Rocky, no, please. Please, this was business, strictly business.
You know what I think of that kind of business?
Oh! Listen. It's for you I did it. He wants to meet you as in me.
That's good. That's really good. He wants to meet me so he plays footsie with my dog. I'd only come up here, I got an address.
Oh, no, Rocky. Will you listen, please? No more.
Okay, I got time. Speak your piece once and good. Because then I'm going to kick your teeth in.
Oh, listen, he wants to see you. We've got a proposition. I was going to set up a date when you started.
Not the fairy tale, Dad. I looked him up. He's a con man, a lone wolf. What does he want from me?
He's got a deal he needs your syndicate behind, a big one.
Yeah?
He wants me to bring you to him 2 o'clock this afternoon. A beach on the south shore of Long Island.
A beach?
Yeah, he don't want to take no chance on anybody overhearing.
Oh, sharp cookie, huh?
Oh, Rocky. Rocky, you believe me, don't you?
Maybe yes, maybe no. But we'll keep that date. Yeah, I like that beach idea. Because if this ain't level, Dad, I'll see that you and the boyfriend go for a long swim. One way.
That's him, Rocky, down on the beach. Come on.
Yeah, sure.
Hello, Mr. Norman.
Hello, Dorothy.
Rocky, this is Bill Norman. Bill, Rocky Dunn.
Hiya.
How do you do?
Well, let's hear your story, Norman, and it better be good. I ain't in the habit of being dragged 15 miles from nowhere just to talk to a guy.
All right, Mr. Dunn. Dorothy, would you mind taking a walk?
Look, fella, that's part of my business. This is level, and anything you tell me, I'll tell her anyhow.
That's perfectly all right with me. I just don't want her to hear what we say.
What kind of sense does that make?
Simple. If anything should go wrong and we should be arrested, always a possibility. You could testify only to what you heard, not what Rocky told you, I
Do
say.
you think that I would...
No, not at all, Dorothy, not at all. I just don't like to take chances.
Smart character. I'm getting interested. Go on, Doc, take a walk.
Okay.
All right, Norman, start talking.
Well, first, you'd like to know a little bit about me, wouldn't you?
No, I've been doing a little checking. William Norman, alias Walter Nolan, con man, swindler, 3 to 5 year stretch in the Harrisville pen, year at Cluton prison, and strictly a lone wolf in operation.
Pretty complete.
Yeah. Now, what's the pitch?
$5 to $10 million a year, net.
Big pitch.
You're interested?
I got a catcher's mitt, start throwing.
It's a refinement of the protection racket.
Protection? You got out of that in the 30s. It's too risky. The cops and the good citizens get mad fast.
This isn't risky. I don't like to take chances. That's why I met you out here on the beach. You can't wire the air and the sea.
Huge. What do you want from me? I'm not forgetting you. Got a rep as a lone wolf.
And I'd keep it. Except that now I need your organization.
Why?
You've got men in most of the big cities in the country, haven't you?
That's right. Takes a big outfit to run a gambling operation, and they're tough enough to run any protection racket ever invented.
There'll be no violence at all attached to this. I don't like force. You can make more with brains.
What do the boys do then?
Wreck a $20 million corporation.
20 million? For that, you'd need an army.
Not if you do it with words instead of violence. You still interested?
Yeah, I always like to hear a guy talk in millions. What's the name of this outfit we're going to wreck?
We? In already?
Could be. If the setup's as sure as you are of yourself.
It is. The name of the outfit is the Double Circle Products Corporation.
Oh.
Now, you just sit down and be comfortable, and I'll tell you how Mr. Blake, the president of Double Circle, is going to help us turn a murmur into millions.
All right, Mr. Norman, you've got 5 minutes of my time. Make it brief and to the point. I'm a busy man.
All right, Mr. Blake. I'm here to sell you the services of my organization, Norman Associates, Public Relations.
You're 5 years too late. I already have a public relations agency.
Right, Mr. Blake. But they go after the press, radio, mediums of mass communication. I go directly to the people themselves.
Well, that's not very clear.
Your products go into practically every American home. Suppose the public should get the idea that Double Circle merchandise is inferior.
What?
Possibly dangerous. And start talking about it. You could lose a lot of business.
Nonsense. There's not a thing wrong with Double Circle products, and there never will be. You've got nothing to sell, Mr. Norman. And you've wasted enough of my time already. I'm satisfied with my present public relations.
I was afraid you'd say that, Mr. Blake. I'm sorry, because I offer my services only once.
I assure you that's been enough, Mr. Norman.
I'd like you to remember that, Mr. Blake. Just in case anything should happen to your concern. Dorothy? No last names, please. Will you tell our mutual friend to put our plan into operation? Yeah. Just as I outlined. Subways, railroad stations, ferries, wherever people gather. That's right. I'll keep in touch with you. Goodbye.
These subways are getting more crowded every day.
Yeah.
Your wife any better, Tony?
Worse, Mike. Hands are all burnt, blistered.
Huh?
Doctor says it was that stuff she was using made by the Double Circle Company.
Ooh, bad, huh?
Well, you saw what it did to her hands. We'll never buy Double Circle again.
Mabel, did you hear that? Double Circle. I bought some of that junk myself.
Hello, Jeff. Where's the wife? Thought she was going to the theater with us.
Yeah, she can't. She got some kind of metal poison and using that Double Circle product. I'm going to sue that company.
Yeah, arsenic. And the stuff was made by Double Circle. I heard it from the man whose wife was poisoned.
Don't try to sell me Double Circle. I'm no dope.
Jane, take my advice. Don't go near that Double Circle stuff. It's poison.
Double Circle sure is good if you want to drop dead quick.
I wouldn't buy Double Circle, not if they gave me the company.
You hear about Double Circle products? They ought to be sued for selling them.
It's poison.
If you want to drop dead quick.
I won't buy Double Circle.
They ought to be sued.
It's poison, asshole. Poison.
Blake speaking. What is it? More cancellations? From where now? The West Coast. Look, we've simply got to put more pressure on our salesmen. I know all about the rumors. We're spending every cent we can to combat them, but we can't keep it up in the face of these cancellations. 2 more weeks and we'll be forced to sell out.
From Federal Securities Commission to David Harding, Chief, United States Counterspies. Request preliminary investigation into failure of Double Circle Products Corporation. stockholders' loss enormous. Evidence of malfeasance or fraud should be forwarded to us for prosecution.
4 months, Mr. Harding, that's all. 4 months and a $20 million business practically wiped out. We just have to sell with cancellations outnumbering orders by 4 to 1.
Well, Mr. Blake, about those rumors about your product.
They're not true. They never were true, and they're not true today.
We know that, Mr. Blake. They couldn't be. The federal trade laws protect consumers against the sale of anything harmful.
Well, I wish more people were aware of that, Mr. Peters.
Well, nevertheless, Mr. Blake, rumors have to spring from someplace. Now, have you any idea at all how they started?
I've been thinking about that.
Your competitors?
Mr. Peters, free enterprise is a competitive system, but there are rules and ethics. Every one of my competitors offered to help me weather this, but it was no use.
Well, then what were you thinking, Mr. Blake?
Oh, what's the use? You can't arrest a rumor.
If it's criminal slander and you can prove who started it, you can.
Proof? I can't prove anything.
But you suspect something, Mr. Blake.
I do, Mr. Peters.
Well, then we'd like to know those suspicions.
All right, Mr. Harding. I'll give you my suspicions in one name. William Norman.
Norman?
Yes, he runs an outfit called Norman Associates, Public Relations. He predicted this might happen when he tried to sell me his services.
Oh, a prophet, huh?
A very pointed prophet, because he underscored his prediction.
When the rumors started, did you try to get in touch with him?
Well, not at first, Mr. Peters, but later on I did. In fact, I offered to retain his services to see if that would stop the rumors.
But he wasn't for hire then, was he?
How did you know, Mr. Harding?
Well, he'd have been stupid if he had been. It's easy enough to start gossip, but almost impossible to stop it.
Suppose this Norman did start those rumors, Chief. It'll be just as impossible to prove it, won't it?
Well, perhaps not. But before we jump to any conclusions, I want to know more about William Norman.
Well, my secretary has his address and phone number, Mr. Harding.
I get it, Peters. And put Norman's name through the works. I want to know everything about him, from the day he was born until the day you hand me your report.
Back to Counterspy in a moment. But first...
Pepsi-Cola, hits the spot, 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Lots more value, lots more zest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
More and more, among fellows and girls, among mothers and dads, you hear that sane and sensible question, why take less when Pepsi's best? No budget, no allowance ever had a better friend than tangy, sparkling Pepsi-Cola. Because one big 12-ounce Pepsi bottle gives you 2 delicious drinks. That's twice as much tangy taste, twice as much delicious Pepsi to go just twice as far. That's why more and more families say, why take less when Pepsi is best? Yes, families like yours and mine. Families all over America. They're all saying, why take less when Pepsi is best?
Pepsi-Cola's so delicious, and each bottle makes 2 drinks. It is certainly the cola for the purchaser who thinks everybody's drinking Pepsi. Just compare it with the rest. So much more and so much finer. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
Today, tomorrow, always. Get America's biggest cola value. Take home a carton of 6 big Pepsi bottles. Insist on Pepsi at the store. And say Pepsi at the fountain. Say Pepsi at the stand. Say Pepsi. Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember.
Why take less when Pepsi's best?
Now back to Counterspy. Bill Norman, the immaculate racketeer, has just put his proposition to another important businessman.
Mr. Norman, it's simply no use. This company is satisfied with its present public relations setup.
It's funny. That's the same thing Mr. Blake said to me.
Blake?
Of the Double Circle Corporation. You read about their failure and forced sale, I imagine?
Yes, I did.
He might have forestalled all those nasty rumors if he'd employed the services of an alert public relations agency like mine.
I'm not sure I like what you're saying.
Well, I'm not saying anything. I'm just trying to sell you.
Make your sales point a little clearer.
I don't like talking business in offices. Suppose we go for a drive. I have my car downstairs.
Suppose I don't.
Well, it's a free country. Do as you choose. Blake did.
Yes.
I hope you don't have the same difficulties. Good day.
Wait a minute. I think I will go for that drive.
Wise decision.
I want to see all your cards.
I'd be glad to show them to you. As long as there are no kibitzers around. Let's go, Mr. Sanford. All right, Mr. Norman, let's have your proposition. Not here, Mr. Sanford. I even suspect my own car. Someone may have wired it. We'll just go for a little walk in this field by the road and then talk. Whatever you say. What are you doing? Just making sure you're not concealing anything. What do you mean? I once made a record unwittingly. Concealed microphone. They played it in court. Liked my voice so much, they gave me a year's engagement in a penitentiary. I don't want a return date. Well, now you're becoming candid. I'll do even better. I'll become blunt. The rumors that caused the failure of the Double Circle Corporation. I started them and spread them. That's quite an admission. Isn't it? Suppose I repeated it to the authorities. We have no witnesses. I'd simply deny it and then sue you for slander and defamation of character, on top of which rumors about your products would start. And with what your company sells, think of the pleasant tales I could invent. Just a dressed-up version of the protection racket, huh? Well put, Mr. Sanford. Only you protect yourself against words instead of violence. And how much would this cost the corporation? 1% of your gross business. 1%? Are you crazy? We do nearly $50 million a year. I know. That's what makes 1% so reasonable for my kind of public relations. $500,000? Well, I can't say yes or no just like that. You can't say no. But I'll give you time to figure out a way to say yes. Call me the first of the week. We'll go for another drive and complete our business.
Here it is, Mr. Harding. A report on William Norman. Complete? From the day of his birth, September 12th, 1911, up to and including yesterday when he called on Colton Sanford of the Sanford Beauty Corporation.
Sanford. Any of our agents seen Sanford yet?
No, not yet.
Well, then we will. I want to find out what Norman said to him. Well, now, what about Norman's background?
Well, he served time in 2 state penitentiaries. It would have been more except he's had good lawyers. He's been a confidence man from the age of 22.
And suddenly he blossoms out into a public relations expert. Blake had a good foundation for his suspicions.
Yes, Dave, but he was right about proof. There's not a thing to connect Norman with the rumors that ruined Double Circle unless we tried to trace them back.
Oh, impossible. We'd be licked before we started. Besides, even if through some miracle we did trace them to Norman, it wouldn't prove a thing. He'd just say he heard them somewhere else. Now, our best bet is to start at the source. Interview Sanford. Find out what Norman told him.
Okay, Chief, but Norman would hardly admit to Sanford that he was the cause of Blake's bankruptcy.
No, wrong, Peters. If what we suspect is true, Norman had to admit it.
What do you mean?
Well, that's the flaw in any protection racket. The crook has to reveal himself to his victim in order to extort money. Nobody'd pay off otherwise. Now, our job is to get Norman to reveal himself in the presence of a witness or a microphone well hidden. And Mr. Sanford is going to help us do just that.
That's right, Mr. Harding. You and Mr. Peters have reconstructed the whole picture.
Norman definitely admitted he did the Blake job.
Admitted? He boasted about it. But if you've got any idea about my testifying in court, forget it. It'd be my word against his, and you couldn't convict him without supporting evidence.
Well, if we got that supporting evidence, you'd testify, wouldn't you, Mr. Sanford?
With pleasure. But how are you going to get it? I told you Norman won't talk with a third party around. I told you about his searching me.
Norman sounds even smarter than his record indicates.
Well, perhaps too smart, Peters. Mr. Sanford, you say Norman didn't start talking until you were well away from his car.
That's right. He wasn't taking any chances on eavesdroppers.
When you meet him again, it's supposed to be the same setup, huh?
Yes.
Same place?
Well, I don't know. The last time we drove around, he just seemed to stop at the first convenient country field.
Well, that gives us no chance at all to stake out microphones and recorders.
Maybe we can do it another way.
Well, how, Mr. Harding? You want proof that will stand up in court. The only way you'll get it is from Norman's own lips.
Right, Mr. Sanford. That's just where I intend to get it. When are you supposed to meet him?
The next 2 or 3 days. I call him to set the time.
Okay. Make sure it's daylight. And as for the date, Peters, call the Meteorological Bureau in Washington. Tell them to give you as positive a forecast as they can on the weather for the next 3 days. Now, Mr. Sanford.
Yes, Mr.
You'll meet Norman on the nicest day of the 3.
Well, what are you going to do, Mr. Hart?
Just what you suggested. Convict Norman from his own lips.
You certainly picked peculiar places to meet, Mr. Norman.
What's wrong with the beach? Pleasant breeze, nice surroundings. Can you think of a better place to do business?
You've got a point.
If we do business. Do we?
Look, how do I know you're not just cashing in on Blake's bad luck? Maybe you had nothing to do with the rumors that ruined him. After all, a rumor campaign like that would take a lot of men and money, a big organization.
You're right, Mr. Sanford. And I've got an organization behind me. One of the biggest syndicates in the country. The syndicate of Rocky Dunn.
Rocky Dunn?
Yeah, so you read the papers. Well, I give the word, and in 2 hours, his men will be spreading rumors across the country about every product you make. Now, do you pay off, or do I give the word?
I'd still like more proof.
Okay.
No, wait a minute. Don't go.
I don't like to waste my time.
I know how rumors can spread. Every now and then, from nowhere, comes the rumor that some famous person is dead.
So?
Let's pick a name. Say, Bert Clancy, the baseball player. He's in good health. If I hear he's dead from some public source, then we can do business.
That's not bad, Mr. Sanford. In fact, it's good enough for me to file for future use.
Then it's a deal?
Yeah. But when you hear Clancy's dead, call me. I'll come around to collect my first quarterly retainer.
Mr. Norman?
Yes?
This is Colton Sanford. I just heard a rumor that Bert Clancy died.
So did I. Funny how those things start, isn't it?
Isn't it? Incidentally, we've decided to retain your firm for public relations.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that.
If you'll drop around our conference room in about an hour, our vice president in charge of personnel will outline the company policies.
Oh?
And, of course, give you your first quarterly retainer.
Splendid. I'll be very interested in learning the company policy.
1 hour, then. Goodbye.
Right in here, Mr. Norman. I'm sorry Mr. Sanford was called away.
He left a note about the retainer, I hope.
Oh, naturally. We'll pick it up in accounting. After you've seen the orientation film we like to show all new executives.
Well, let's get to it then.
Of course. Oh, this is Mr. Furman. He'll run the projector and interpret.
Hello? How do you do? Well, shall we start?
Well, I'm expecting to... Oh, that must be the... Excuse me. Come in. After you, Rocky.
Now, listen, I don't want it. No, listen.
What? Mr. Dunn.
You know each other?
Well, yes, but I wasn't aware that Mr. Dunn was connected with your company.
I thought he was connected with your firm.
Hey, what is this double talk? Don't you know who this guy is, Norman?
I don't think I got the name.
I didn't give it, but it's Harding, David Harding.
The Counterspy, Norman. It's some kind of a pinch.
Keep quiet, Mr. Dunn. I'm sure Mr. Harding will explain the meaning of this himself.
With pleasure. But first, I'd like you to look at some moving pictures, Mr. Norman. Peters, will you turn out the lights and stay with Rocky?
Right, Chief.
Thurman, start the projector.
Yes, sir.
Recognize yourself, Mr. Norman?
Yes. Must say I photographed better than Mr. Sanford.
Hey, look, I don't have to...
I thought silent pictures were passé.
Well, not always. Notice this next shot. The way the camera zooms in for a close-up. Telephoto lens.
Oh, yes. Uh-huh. Now, this is all very interesting. Is there any point?
Definitely, Mr. Norman. I'm arresting you for extortion, criminal slander, and whatever other counts we can dig up against you.
On the basis of this film?
Yes.
It's silent, Mr. Harding. I was discussing legitimate business with Mr. Sanford when you took them, and if he says different, he's a liar.
The pictures say different. You'll notice how Mr. Sanford kept moving around to keep your face toward one of our cameras. That had a purpose.
I don't bluff easy, Mr. Harding.
You don't have to. I told you Mr. Thurman was the interpreter. What's Norman saying on the screen now, Thurman?
I've got an organization behind me. One of the biggest syndicates in the country. The Syndicate of Rocky Dunn.
What? That's how we picked Rocky up.
Smart guy, huh, Norman? You blabbering little nut.
Hold him, cut it, Rocky.
I'll show you, you fool. Don't you see it's a
What's he right for, Rocky?
Rocky always had a reputation for a quick trigger temper.
Now, look here, Mr. Harding.
Why don't you give it up, Norman? Mr. Thurman is a lip reader.
Lip reader?
Yes, and he'll appear in court, together with a dozen other expert lip readers to testify to every word you said.
On top of which we've got Rocky in as a pickup order out for his girlfriend, Dot, to round out our case.
Lip reader?
That's right, Norman. Come on, Peters, let's get him to headquarters. Looks like that's the only way we'll convince him this arrest is not a rumor, but a fact.
When your friends drop in, be generous, but be thrifty, too. Serve plenty of delicious Pepsi-Cola. Pepsi's big 12-ounce bottle gives you not just one sparkling glassful, but two. Get a carton of 6 and serve 12 delicious drinks. Yes, Pepsi is America's biggest cola value. You get twice the tangy taste, twice the refreshment, twice the Pepsi. So why take less when Pepsi's best? Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember...
Pepsi-Cola, hits will stop, 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Lots more value, lots more zest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
Tune in every Tuesday and Thursday, same time, same station, to Counterspy. Listen next Tuesday for the exciting Counterspy case of the Statue of Death.
The silky-coated carrier that outsmarted an electric eye. The gift of appreciation that caused the death of an innocent woman. And the clicking guardian that halted 2 international agents who carried molecules of murder. Be sure to be tuned in next Tuesday to
the case of the Statue of Death on Counterspy. Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York, was directed by William M. Sweets, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer, with music by Rosa Rio. Counterspy is a Phillips H. Lord production for Pepsi-Cola. Enjoy some Pepsi, ice cold tonight.
For that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure,
The Double Disguise. For Nick Carter
and the mystery of the kidnapped heiress.
Pardon me, but could you tell me which way to Bond Avenue, please?
Bond Avenue? Why, yes. We'll just walk 3 blocks.
Okay, mister. It's a stick-up.
What?
Yeah. Hand it over and be quick about it.
Hand what over?
Your wallet, of course. Come on.
Oh, come now. Isn't it quite late in the evening for this sort of thing?
There's nothing funny about this. I mean business.
You haven't been in the business very long, have you?
That's enough talk. Just hand it over. Hand it over, I'll shoot.
You really would shoot me, would you?
Yes. This is your last chance. Please, I don't want to have to kill you.
Okay. But you won't find very much.
All right, I'll take that toy pistol now.
There.
Oh. You knew all the while.
Sure. Would have fooled most people, but you just happened to pick on the wrong man. I'm Nick Carter.
Nick Carter? Gosh, I guess I did. My name is Brown. Chester Brown.
Well, Mr. Brown, let's have it. What's the story? You're no gunman.
Oh, you're right, Mr. Carter. I've never done this sort of thing before.
Well, why'd you try to hold me up, then?
Oh, I was desperate. I've been out of work for 3 months now.
In times like these?
Yes, I know, but I'm a salesman. There's no need for them now.
How about manual work?
I tried that, but my heart isn't very strong.
Oh, I see. Married?
Yes. I was married 6 months ago.
Where do you live?
We live in a couple of rooms in a boarding house. Only a few blocks from here, Mr. Carter. Why do you ask?
I'd like to go home with you and meet your wife.
Oh, that means you aren't going to turn me over to the police.
No, not yet, at least.
Oh, thanks.
But one never knows, Mr. Brown. Let's go.
Right this way, Mr. Carter. Stella! Oh, Stella! Stella! That's strange. She isn't home.
Maybe she went out for a while.
At this time of night? She'd be back by now. What does it mean?
Well, it probably doesn't mean much. Oh, wait a minute. Here's a note. Perhaps this will explain things.
Here, let me have it. Dear Chet, I'll be gone for a few days. Don't worry about me. All our troubles will soon be over. We're coming into a fortune. I can't explain any more now. You're Stella.
Well, congratulations.
Look what's enclosed.
$100 bill. May I see it, please?
Oh, here you are. Gosh, I can't believe it. It's too good to be true.
Tell me, Mr. Brown, is your wife any rich relatives?
Rich relatives? Never heard her speak of any. Mother and father no longer living. Well, she has an uncle, a man by the name of James Spear. He lives somewhere out in Colorado. Maybe it's he.
Yes, maybe.
What are you doing, Mr. Carter?
Just checking the number on this bill against the list I have here.
But why? What is it?
Mr. Brown, I'm afraid my congratulations were a bit premature.
What do you mean?
Have you read the evening paper?
No, I haven't seen a paper all day. Why?
Michael Stillfield, the banker, was murdered last night. $10,000 was stolen from his private vault in one of the cleverest safe-cracking jobs seen here in years.
Yeah, what's that got to do with this?
The stolen money consisted of $100 bills.
So what?
The bill your wife left for you was one of those stolen by the murderer.
Oh, but Mr. Carter, she had nothing to do with that.
I feel sure of that, Mr. Brown.
Well, then why should you want to...
Suppose you went out tomorrow morning and tried to spend that bill. What would have happened?
Why, Oh, I see. I'd have probably been arrested as the murderer.
Exactly.
But why did she leave that bill for me?
Because she's as much a victim of this frame-up as you are. Brown, if my hunch is correct, someone's trying to make trouble for you and for her.
Oh, but Mr. Carter, why should...
Don't ask questions yet. Just listen to me. Pack up a bag and get out of here tonight. Go to 73 Bleecker Avenue. That's a rooming house run by friends of mine on the other side of town. Sit tight until you hear from me. Don't tell anyone where you are and don't use your right name.
But suppose my wife comes back.
I said to leave it all in my hands.
Oh, but why?
Now, don't be a fool. If you don't follow my directions, you may be dead before morning.
So you don't
don't think either Brown or his wife had anything to do with the murder, Nick.
No, Patsy, I don't. Too obvious a frame-up.
A frame-up?
Yes, don't you see? The murderer persuades Mrs. Brown to go somewhere with him on some pretext or other and gives her one of the stolen bills to leave for her husband, who's sure to be arrested if he tries to spend it.
But why should the murderer want to pin the job on Mr. Brown?
That I don't know the answer to, Patsy. Except that for some reason or other, he wants to get Brown out of the way. Hello?
Hello, Nick. I'm glad I found you in.
Oh, Riley, what is it?
You still say you're not interested in the Stillfield killing?
Well, as a matter of fact, Riley, something's happened since you spoke to me about it. I've changed my mind.
Oh, so you've heard already?
Heard? What?
About the big Postal Express robbery down on Front Street. That's where I'm calling from.
I know, that's news to me. What did they get, Riley?
$40,000 in negotiable bonds. Right out of the vault, Nick.
Not bad.
Yes, and this is the interesting part.
Yeah?
You know who those bonds were being shipped to? Michael Stillfield.
Stillfield? Okay, Riley, thanks. I'll be right down. Well, Patsy, this thing gets more interesting by the minute. Let's go.
Here you are, Nick. Hello, Patsy.
Hello, Terry.
Well, Riley, let's have a look.
Sure thing, Nick. Come on inside. Now, this is Mr. Johnson, Nick. He's in charge of the express office.
How do you do?
So glad you came, Mr. Carter. Nothing like this has happened in the 30 years I've been with the company.
Well, I suppose there's always a first time, Mr. Johnson.
That's the vault over there, Mr. Carter.
Oh, thanks. Certainly don't come any finer.
That's true, Mr. Carter. Absolutely burglar-proof. Or so we thought.
Was anything else taken?
No, just the bonds. And they're as good as cash, you know.
When did you discover that they were missing?
This morning. They were put in that vault last night. I watched the bookkeeper do it myself.
I see. And you were the one who closed the vaults?
That's right. I closed it and adjusted the time mechanism myself.
Well, seems to be intact.
That's just it, Mr. Carter. I can't understand it. Neither the vault lock nor the time attachment have been tampered with. It looks like the devil's own work. It's absolutely incredible, Mr. Carter. But there you have it. The safe was open and the bonds are gone. Well, what do you make of it, Nick?
There aren't many men who could have pulled off this kind of a job.
Well, you're right there, Nick. As a matter of fact, I don't know anybody but Nick Carter who could have done it. He's that handy with locks of all kinds. You have some idea, Mr. Carter?
You say the bonds were put in the vault last night?
Yes, that's right.
About what time would you say?
Well, we received them from the west on the 5 o'clock train.
Did you say from the west?
Well, yes, they came from Colorado.
And they were addressed to Michael Stillfield?
That's right. And they were put in the vault a little after 5. And as you already know, that's the last we were seen of them.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I don't think we need bother you any further.
I do hope you'll be able to track down that thief.
It's more than a thief you've put me on the track of. The man we're looking for, Mr. Johnson, is a murderer.
What was that stuff you were giving Johnson about looking for a murderer, Nick?
That's exactly what I meant, Riley.
You mean there's a connection between the murder of Michael Stillfield and this robbery, Nick?
You catch on fast, Patsy.
How do you figure it, Nick?
Well, in both cases, it was Stillfield's property that was stolen. And in both cases, there was a remarkable safe-cracking job, right?
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Looks like it could be the same ones, all right.
And you recall where Johnson said those bonds came from?
Yes, from Colorado, Nick.
Sure, I remember his saying that, but what's that got to do with it?
Just a hunch, Riley. By judging by the way these two safes are broken into, I think I know who probably did it.
Who?
Clint Bartow.
Clint Bartow?
Oh, you're having me believing the dead come to life again, Nick. Why, don't you remember? He was reported dead 5 years ago up in Canada someplace.
Yes, but where Clint Bartow's concerned, I don't have much faith in that kind of a report. He's the most dangerous and resourceful criminal on the continent. Riley, I wouldn't be surprised that he had that report circulated purposely.
Well, no, I hadn't thought of it that way.
Furthermore, I suggest you make a thorough check on the background of Michael Stillfield, the murdered banker. An idea there may be some interesting facts turned up.
Okay, Nick, it's as good as done.
When you get the information... Wow.
What is it, Nick?
We're being followed.
Huh? Well, not for long we won't be. Now, just let me...
Wait a minute. I I want to handle this my own way, Riley. You continue on the way you're going. Patsy and I'll turn up this side street.
Okay, Nick. I'll be seeing you. So long.
So long, Riley. All right, Patsy, come along this way.
Is he still following, Nick?
Yeah. He's hanging on, all right. Here. Into this doorway here.
Okay. Now what?
Well, just wait. He'll be along. Yeah, here he comes now. Stay here, Patsy.
Be careful, Nick.
Hey, you. What's the idea of following me?
What? Who? Me?
Yes, you. You've been tailing me ever since... Oh, no, you don't.
Hey, let go of me. I ain't done nothing, mister.
No, not yet you haven't. Now talk, my friend. And let's hear something interesting.
Okay. I was tailing you.
That's what I thought. What's your game?
Oh, not my game. It was some bloke I met near the express office.
Yes? What about this bloke?
Well, he says there's a 10 spot in it for me if I keep an eye on you all day. You know, see where you go and what you do.
Well, then what?
Well, that's all, mister. And I was supposed to report back tonight at 8 with a dope and get paid.
I see. Where were you supposed to report back?
Beach Street, opposite the railway station.
What did this man look like?
Oh, you can't miss him, mister. He's about 6'6", dark hair, and he has a long curved nose.
Well, so he's the one.
Oh, you know him, huh?
Yes, I think I do. You were offered $10, you say? Here's 20.
What for?
For forgetting all about reporting back, see?
Oh, I get it. Sure thing. Thanks.
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
I want to get a good look at you.
Huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, I shan't forget what you look like in a hurry. Now beat it, and remember, stay out of my way.
Okay, mister.
All right, Patsy, come on.
What now, Nick?
We're going back to the office. I've got a special job to do now that requires a complete change of wardrobe. In fact, Patsy, a complete change of everything. There, that does it. Hand me that mirror, will you, Patsy?
Mm-hmm. Here you are, Nick.
Not bad. Well, Patsy, do you think I look like the man who was following us?
Simply perfect, Nick. I positively couldn't tell the two of you apart now.
Now, the voice. Okay, lady, thanks. Well, I guess I better blow it. The mob's waiting for me.
Nick.
Yes, what is it, Patsy?
I'm afraid of what you may be letting yourself in for.
Oh, now, don't worry. I'll be watching my step.
You better. Make one false move with Barto.
Yes, Patsy, I know the kind of man I'm up against. Hello? Oh, yes, Riley. Oh, you did, huh? What'd you find? Mm-hmm. I see. Yeah, well, that's fine, Riley. Oh, no. I've got a plan of my own. Yeah, I'll do that. All right, Riley, thanks. Bye.
What is it, Nick?
Patsy, my suspicions were right. The report came through on Michael Stillfield. He proves to be none other than James Spear.
Spear? You mean Mrs. Brown's uncle?
Right. Seems he made his money out west many years ago, then got into some difficulties there. Changed his name and came east.
And he never got in touch with his niece?
Apparently not.
Well, then that fortune Mrs. Brown spoke about in her note is true.
Yes. According to his will, she becomes sole heir to the entire estate, being his only surviving relative.
Well, not bad.
If she lives, Patsy.
If she lives? Why shouldn't she live, Nick?
Well, the person she left home with last night must be the same person who killed Stillfield. The $100 bill she left for her husband proves that.
And you think that...
I think that if that person is Barto, she's in very real danger. Stillfield owned the fortune and was killed. Now Mrs. Brown owns it, and she may very well be next on the list.
I see what you mean.
What time is it now, Patsy?
7:30.
Okay, I better be off. I'm going to keep my 8 o'clock date.
You will be careful, Nick.
Yes, of course I will. You know what you're to do.
Yes, I'll do just what you told me.
Good. Well, so long, Patsy. I'll be seeing you.
I hope so, Nick. I hope so.
Well, 8 o'clock. And this is the corner, all right. But nobody seems to be shy. Wait. Uh-oh.
You waiting for someone, Bud?
Yeah. I was supposed to meet a guy here at 8.
Okay, I guess you're the one. Follow me.
Where are we going?
I'm taking you to the boss.
Why's that?
You'll find out. Come on. Just a minute. It's me, boss. Is this the guy, boss?
Yeah. Come in. Close the door, Malone. Well, what'd you find out?
I followed the guy like you said.
Well?
How about that tent spot you promised?
Don't worry, you'll get it. Now, what happened?
Nothing.
What do you mean?
I tailed the guy to a house on Elm Street. He went in. I didn't see him come out all day.
I see. Well, okay, you did a good job. Here's the tent.
Anything else, mister? I could use more dough. And I ain't particular how I make it. If you get what I mean.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
You see, I figure you must have some kind of a racket, mister.
Mm-hmm. Very clever reasoning on your part.
Yeah. I'd sort of like to get in on it. That is, if you could use a guy like me.
Maybe I could. You don't happen to know the name of that man you were following, do you?
Never seen him before.
Well, it was Nick Carter.
Nick Carter?
Mm-hmm.
Who's he?
Never heard of him, eh? Well, he's just about the greatest detective this side of the Atlantic.
Yeah, this Carter must be quite a guy.
Quite a guy is right. With quite a bag of tricks. He's the one man that stood between me and a fortune on 3 different occasions.
Put you in the jug, huh?
No, not quite. But on account of him, I've had to lay low the last 5 years. Now I've got another fortune within my grasp, and he's not going to stand in my way again. No, sir. I'll see to that.
Yeah, worked out a scheme, huh?
Yeah. Beautiful one. Beautiful and simple. He's going to be hoist by his own petard.
Come again?
One of his own great tricks is going to be his undoing.
I don't get you.
All right, Nick Carter. You can come out from under that trick voice now. Keep him covered, Malone.
Yeah, right. Well, congratulations, Barrow. I was sure I had you fooled.
It was a neat job, Carter. Your resemblance to Trigger is absolutely uncanny.
Trigger?
Yeah, one of my own men.
Oh.
It was all frame, and you fell for it. Knowing you and your tricks, I figured that's exactly what you do.
And now that I'm here, what do you propose to do?
Something I should have done a long time ago. This is the end of the road for you, Carter.
Bartow, I think you're bluffing.
Oh, you do?
Yes, I do. Why'd you have to go to all this trouble? You could have had one of your men shoot me in the street.
No, Carter, I had a special reason for wanting to bring you here alive.
Yeah? What's that?
I wanted to see the look on your face when I opened the door to this inner room and you saw this.
What? Chester Brown?
Yeah. And I assure you he wouldn't be sleeping so peacefully if he knew what I was planning for him. And for you. Hey, you wake up. Wake up. You got company. You gave him too much of that dope, Malone. You might have killed him.
So what, boss? Ain't that what you want?
Yeah, but I want him to wait until Mr. Carter could keep him company. I want them to go out together. Come on, you. Wake up.
What's all of...
You may not believe it, Brown, but this tough-looking thug is really our old friend Nick Carter.
Oh, so it's you, Mr. Carter.
I thought I told you to hide away at that address I gave you.
I did. These guys found out where I was.
Did you tell anybody where you were?
No, nobody. I just gave my address to my old landlady so she could forward my mail.
Right boy, isn't he, Carter? Well, now that I've got you both here together, I'm going to hang you both together. Trigger.
Yeah, boss?
Come in here. Help Malone tie this great detective up while I keep him covered.
It'll be a pleasure, boss. Hello there, detective. And thanks again for that 20.
Don't mention it.
You want this other guy too, boss?
Yeah, get him up in his feet. I want to watch them dance together.
Yeah. Come on, you. Come on up, sonny. Okay, boss. All set.
Did you frisk him?
Yeah, he's clean. Here's his gun.
All right, then.
Carter, what are they going to do?
Looks as if they mean to hang us.
No, they can't do that. You can't. I haven't done it.
Be like a stuck pig. Be like Carter. He isn't saying a word.
I still don't believe you're going through with this, Bartow.
No. Get Carter's rope over the rafter at this end. Put Brown's rope over the other end.
No. There you are, boss.
Good. Now a couple of chairs for him to stand on.
See here, Bartow. You've nothing to gain by murdering us in cold blood this way. You killed one man already. You've stolen $50,000. What more do you want?
$50,000? That's spin money. Stillfields is worth $5 million.
And what about it?
That fortune's going to be mine, every cent of it.
And you're the only man that might stop me, so I'm taking no chances.
I know you're clever, Barlow, but I can't see how you're going to get your hands on Steelfield's money now that he's dead.
On the contrary, Carter, that's what makes it all so simple. Because it makes Mrs. Brown his sole heir. And Mrs. Brown has been led to believe, by something that I said, that I'm a lawyer. And she's already turned over to me all the credentials necessary to claim her uncle's fortune. I'm sure my own wife will have no trouble at all convincing the real lawyers that she is Mrs. Brown. The real Mrs. Brown, poor woman, won't be with us very long, I'm afraid.
Why, you fiends, you devil, get after you. Oh. So that's your devilish scheme, is it?
Yes, and it's a scheme that I'm sure is going to pay off.
I don't think so, Barlow.
What do you mean?
You really don't think I was foolish enough to come up here without taking certain precautions?
Such as what?
The police know exactly where I am. I'm afraid the laugh's on you, Barlow.
Yeah? Look out of the window, Trigger.
Okay. I don't see nothing. Hey, wait. Say, there is a cop across the street.
What's he doing?
Just stand there.
Hey, maybe there's something to it, boss. Let's get the thing over with and beat it.
Okay. Maybe what you said was so, Carter. It isn't going to help you much. Get them up in the chairs, boys.
Right.
Come on. Out you go.
Come on, up you go.
Yeah, that's it. Are the ropes tied fast, Malone?
Yeah, boss. Both of them are okay.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Brown. And Mr. Carter.
No, you can't.
Okay.
In the street.
Kick the chairs away, boys.
Dance,
Carter, dance. All right, boys. Let's get back to the hideaway.
So that was his plan, Patsy?
Yes, Lieutenant.
I see.
If Nick didn't come out in a half an hour, we would go in after him.
The time's just about...
Oh, look, Lieutenant.
What is it, Patsy?
There's 3 men leaving the building. They're getting into that car.
Yeah, and in an awful hurry, too. Come on, Patsy, let's go in.
Nick! Nick, where are you?
Nick Carter, are you here?
Try this door.
It's not here. Try that one over there.
It's not here.
It's getting so dark again. Patsy, listen.
Here I am.
Oh, Nick, are you all right?
Let me find the light here.
Oh, Nick, what's happened? What are you
They tried to hang us.
Hang you?
Who's that with you, Nick?
That's Brown. Nearly passed out.
Oh.
But I think he's going to pull through now.
Oh, Nick, are you all right now?
Yeah, I'm okay. My throat's pretty sore, but I'll live long enough to see Barlow and his men behind bars.
Oh, take it easy, Nick. There's time enough for that.
No, there isn't, Riley. Patsy, you stay here with Brown. Look out for him. Riley, where's your car?
It's just on the block. Why?
We haven't a second to lose. We got to follow Barlow.
Huh?
Every minute counts now. The woman's life's at stake.
There's no sign of him yet, Nick.
Oh, that's all right, Riley. Keep straight ahead on this road. Hey, do you have an extra gun in the car?
Yeah, you'll find one under the seat there.
Good. Oh, yes. Here it is.
Well, how does your head feel, Nick?
Much better now.
How did you ever get loose, Nick? They actually had you strung up, didn't they?
They sure did. I can still feel it.
Well, how did you do it?
Well, after they tied my wrists, I got Barlow to talking. That gave me time to work them loose.
Oh, you mean you swell your wrists when they tied them so that when you relaxed, they'd be so much smaller, huh?
Mm-hmm. Except that having my hands free wouldn't have helped me much if Barlow and his men hadn't left right away. Fortunately, they saw you coming across the street, and they ran as soon as they strung us up.
Well, what did you do then, Nick?
By that time, I'd worked my hands loose. So I grabbed the rope above my head and pulled myself up.
Phew, that was close.
Yes, it was. I cut the rope with a little streaked knife that's built into my tie clasp. I never thought to look for one there. Then I cut Brown down. Poor fellow, he was almost gone.
Well, thank heavens you outsmarted them, Nick. As for Bartow, that dirty, murdering, no-good scoundrel.
Hold
Huh?
It's a car ahead of us.
Oh, was that the right one, Nick?
Let me see. So much dust on that. 3J20R7. Is that last? Oh, 6. Yes, that's the car. All right, now take it easy, Riley. I don't want him to get suspicious.
Right. Yeah, they're turning up that dirt road there, Nick. Shall I follow them?
Say, I know where that hideout is now.
Oh, you do?
Yes, must be the old Fairbanks Cave, not far from here. Barlow used it before. You stop the car here. If luck's with us, this is the end of the trail. And the end of Bartow.
Yeah, that's it over there, Riley. See it now? Yeah, we got him cornered like rats, Nick. All we have to do now is sit tight and wait for him to come out.
No, that won't do. They've got Mrs. Brown in there. We gotta get in before it's too late.
Hey, Nick, there's someone coming out.
It's Trigger. Come on, Riley. This is our chance. Quiet now. We'll creep up on him.
I'm right with you, Nick.
You get behind him.
Oh!
That was worth $20. Now for the boss himself.
Well, boss, when are we going to get it over with?
Right now, Malone. Did you take a look at her?
Yeah, she's all tied up the way we left her.
All right. Hey, Trigger. Trigger.
Yeah, boss, coming.
What's up?
That special little job on the lady inside. We're going to take care of that right now.
Then what, boss?
What do you mean, then what? Then we bury her, of course. That's the end of Mrs. Brown. Then my wife takes over, claims the fortune, and we're all set for life.
Oh, yeah. I was forgetting that you're going to palm the wife off as Mrs. Brown.
You talk too much, Trigger. I prefer action.
And so do I. Get your hands up, Clint Bartow, and you too, Malone.
Hey, what is this?
Boss, that's...
Hoist by his own petard, eh, Bartow?
Carter. Nick Carter. It can't be, boss.
But it is. Now back up, both of you, and keep those hands up high. All right.
Yeah, Nick.
Come on in.
Good work, Nick. Were you in time?
Yes, Mrs. Brown's okay. She's inside there.
Well, I guess we can call it a day, Nick. You saved the lives of the Browns, and we got Bartow and his gang where we can put him away forever.
Yes, Riley, that's true. Clint Bartow and his tricks. Hoist by his own petard.
Huh? What in the world does that expression mean, Nick?
That? Oh, it's an old Hindu proverb, Riley. It means, man who make noose for other fellow, sometime find it around own neck.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly at this same time by WOR Mutual. What's on the menu for next week, Nick?
Imagine a murderer sitting in a death cell at State's Prison. It's just 8 hours before he's scheduled to die in the electric chair.
And then suddenly he sends for Nick Carter to prove he's innocent.
Well, why did he wait so long before he sent for Nick?
Well, that's all a part of the story, Joe.
But I want to tell you that the next 8 hours are about the busiest 8 hours that Nick ever spent.
And was he innocent?
That's also a part of next week's story.
In other words, Mr. Ripley, we're just not telling anymore until next week.
So I see.
But I think when you've heard it, you'll agree that it's a story well worth hearing. So long.
So long, folks.
So long to both of you for another week. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The story was written for Nick Carter by Ralph Berkey. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was under the direction of Jock McGregor. Next week, at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
9 Hours to Live, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Death House.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Saturday evening at 7 o'clock Eastern Wartime. This is Mutual.
And now, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. The night is like a woman, I always say, revealing only what she thinks advisable and keeping the rest to herself. And sometimes, out of sheer whimsy, she tosses up a story that's as tough for me to tell as it may be for you to believe. And this is one of them. Full of wispy characters, human shadings that range from a delicate gray to a printer's ink black. Like I say, you may not buy it, but if you do, well, it might do you some good. A whole lot of good. It was late afternoon. It was 5:30, to be exact. The pavement was crowded with weary wage earners jockeying for that quick ride home. A traffic light turned red, and along with 15 other pedestrians, I stopped and glared back at it. Another batch came up from behind and started shoving. You know the way they do. The light blinked, and I started to move. That's how it was that I became aware of the hand in my back pocket. I grabbed for it and whipped around.
Oh!
Julie Bronson.
Randy, I didn't know it was you.
So you didn't know it was me, Julie? I mean, otherwise it's okay?
Look, Randy,
Yeah, I know. You can explain everything. You felt yourself slipping on a convenient banana peel, so you grabbed for a pocket with a wallet in it.
If you'll listen to me.
My first and strongest impulse is to let the law listen to me.
It's not for myself I'm asking, Randy. Don't turn me in.
Julie Bronson picking pockets. Or has this been a sideline with you all along?
I promised I'd have it for him by tonight.
For him?
Oh, you wouldn't understand. Now, let me go, Randy. I'm in a hurry.
No. You started telling me about why you need money badly enough to do this.
I haven't been working, and I'm hungry. Plain hungry.
You said you promised somebody you'd have it for him tonight.
I was lying. I'm hungry, that's all. Let me go, please.
Oh, you're coming with me.
Are you turning me in?
We'll talk about it after you've had something to eat. Feel better?
I never thought anybody could be as hungry as I was.
Now, last time I saw you, you were making the customers drool at Bernie's Burlicue Club. What happened?
Randy, please, I've got to go. They're waiting for me.
Who's waiting for you? Look, I can't make you out. You're talking to me like you're on cloud nine. Now, what's it all about? What happened to your job at the Burlicue Club?
I quit because of him. Sweating faces looking up at me. Drunken eyes leering at me every time I come out to do a number.
In the entertainment business, I thought that was the goal.
There must be some other way to live. He told me...
He?
I quit. That's all there is to it, Randy.
Is this the same he, the one who's waiting for the money?
I let him down.
Well, this friend of yours, he's quite a paradox. Talks you out of a job, then sends you out to raise $100 picking pockets.
No, Randy. Until last week, I worked in a bakery.
In a bakery? You?
Like he told me.
So what happened with this honest toil of yours?
The boss's wife. She didn't like me.
But the boss did, huh?
Uh-huh.
Even in the bakery.
Randy, I've got to make a phone call.
Oh, your bag.
I'll get it. Oh, let me make my call. I'll come back.
Okay, go ahead.
Randy.
Yeah.
Can I have a dime, please?
Haven't got any change. Here. Get the cashier to break this 10 for me.
I'll make the call, and I'll be right back.
I watched her move toward the cashier's counter, and I wondered what had happened to the hip-swinging, hep little showgirl that I'd known. She'd changed. I was framing a set of questions to be put to her when she came out of the phone booth. She paused at the cashier's counter and looked towards me, and then suddenly made a dash out the street door. I went after her, but the theater goers were out in force, and I lost her. So I went back to the restaurant to pay my bill.
Ray Bernard, yeah?
Yeah.
I made myself a bet when you took after her. I bet you'd get her.
What's my bill?
$2.14. I laughed on her.
Here you are. Here's your dough.
You didn't do so bad with her.
Okay. I didn't do so bad.
Well, lots of guys would settle for less.
What are you building, a second-act climax?
I mean, you made money on the deal. The waitress picked this up off the floor when she cleared away your table. Her change purse.
Let's see it.
Go on, open it up.
Holy. 20, 40.
Some change, huh?
72, $73.
You see what I mean? One way or another, you come out on top.
Well, that little chiseler. That wide-eyed baby-faced dip.
You're mad? What for? $63 you clear.
You made yourself a bet on me and lost, huh?
Yeah.
Well, here's your chance to break even.
I'll call you. What is it?
Give yourself 10 to 1 that I find her before midnight. I was sore. A guy doesn't mind being a sucker once in a foolish moment, but it's got to be his own idea. I went campaigning for her. I tried the usual methods first. City directory, telephone books. I even buzzed the police to see if they had anything on her, but there was nothing doing. I went down to Bernie's Burlicue Club, one of those night spots where the words no cover refer strictly to the girls in the chorus. The audience was getting its usual kicks. I swam through the smoke-filled room till I got to the door that took me backstage. The girls were preening for the first show, and I asked for Birdie Blair, one of the club's stellar attractions. The girls pointed to the door that said, "Private, keep out." But knowing Birdie, I knew that sign meant nothing.
Down. You're a stranger. Sit down.
Well, I was beginning to care too much, Birdie. That's why I stayed away.
Yeah, sure. Oh, yeah.
Now, don't go coining phrases on me, Birdie. I love you the way you were.
You're in good shape tonight. There's sweet talk on your lips and a fire in your eyes.
Well, it's a different kind of fire, Birdie. I'm trying to locate Julie Bronson.
Oh, that screwball. What do you want her for?
Anybody here got her address?
What do you want her for, Randy?
Well, it isn't social, believe me.
Well, did you try Hoffman's Delicatessen? Most of the girls use Olmax as kind of a forwarding agent when they leave town.
Well, I happen to know that she didn't leave town.
Hey, wait a minute. Have you, tried her boyfriend?
No. Who's he?
Oh, she was seeing a lot of him before she left here. The girls were giving her the big rib.
Who is he?
That fellow on the corner, you know. Nature Boy. Well, what's his name?
What, Haddad?
That's the one. Runs the shoe shine stand. They sure were pally.
Oh, you're kidding. Julie and Haddad?
Honest, Randy, it's almost like he hypnotized her. The next thing you know, she quits her job.
Well, perhaps I better go see Svengali.
Well, if you don't find her, I know of a cute little dish who will be glad to substitute. First name, Birdie.
I'll keep it in mind, Birdie. Thanks. Anybody who knows the loop knows Haddad's shoe shine stand. He's been there as long as anyone can remember.
Ah, Mr. Stone, the seeker after truth.
Now, that's close enough. I think you can help me.
We are endowed with strength, but the bidding is thine. From the Quran, Mr. Stone.
What is this, Haddad? A new pitch?
The book says, "Pause ye and meditate, and grace shall come to you."
Yeah, I know, the Quran, Haddad. You've been seeing a lot of Julie Bronson. I want to reach her in a hurry.
This is the day when they may not speak.
Look, Haddad the scholar and Haddad the reformed. I want Julie's address.
Julie, I cannot help you.
Well, I'm glad you finally came out from behind that cloud of quotations, Haddad. You know where Julie lives?
You seek in vain. What do you want her for?
The police want her, and with or without you, they'll find her.
The police?
They might want to know if you're the guy who sent her out to pick a few pockets.
Julie, poor child. She was desperate. We all are.
Now, do you help me, or do I call the police?
Wait. It is said, "For him who gives alms, we will send him easily to ease."
Oh, so that's it. Well, you were a long time getting there. Here's a buck.
But as for him who is niggardly, we will lead him easily to difficulty. $10, Mr. Stone.
All right. But it's coming out of Julie's bankroll.
The money
Here.
is not for me, Mr. Stone. It is for another. I accept his money.
Yes, I'm sure. Her address.
1726 East Waterloo. You're taking the police there?
I don't know yet.
Perhaps if you knew the full circumstances, if you knew the reason behind her act, perhaps if I told you about it.
Now, some other time, Haddad. It's Julie I want right now. I couldn't figure him out. There was something different about Haddad, something strange. But tonight, nobody was turning out the way they ought to. East Waterloo was clear across town. $3.65 worth on the taxi meter. When I got there, the people told me there was no Julie Bronson at that address and never had been. I'd been taken again twice in one night. I went back to the shoe shine stand looking for Haddad, and he was gone. I had to start all over again. This time I tried Hoffman's delicatessen.
Hello, Randy. Nice to see you.
Hi, Max. Hi. You look lonesome. Corned beef not moving today?
I'm not lonesome, Randy. I'm thinking.
What is this tonight? Everybody's meditating.
I have found the reason for existence, Randy. An old man like me, and I found it.
This all came to you while you were slicing salami?
Why shouldn't it happen to an old man? Is everything for the young?
Oh, don't tell me you've fallen for a young chick, Max. You got to be careful. Maybe she's after you for your recipe for cheesecake.
You're joking, Randy, when you should be happy for me.
Oh, I'm ecstatic. Who is she?
Contentment is neither a man nor a woman.
You've been talking to Haddock.
He's a fine man. It was he who first met him.
Are you by any chance also collecting for Mr. Him?
They have asked you for money, too?
Oh, this guy, whoever he is, has got himself some racket. There's a shakedown artist I'd like to meet.
Oh, no, you cannot.
So what's his name, this guy with the appetite for money?
This, I don't tell you.
Okay. Well, then tell me, how does Julie Bronson fit into his charmed little circle?
Julie? She, too, has a new concept of life.
Oh, yeah, I've noticed that. It's quite a concept. Includes picking pockets. Julie had it, and now you, Max. Everybody with a new concept. This must really be some philosophy. I'm sure the police will want to know more about it.
Police? But you mustn't have her arrested. It was for him.
Do you have her address, Max?
She's blameless. She had to get the money.
Why? Who is this him? What's he got on you people? You've all changed, so I don't recognize any of you.
For him, we need the money.
Oh, brother, I'd like to read some of his copy. Now, for the last time, Max, Julie's address.
Okay, Max, quick. Give me the dough.
Mr. Scarlatti.
Oh, well, comes the dawn.
No cracks, wise guy.
Dickie Scarlatti, so you're the one behind the shakedown.
Shut up, Stone. What'd you tell him, Max?
Nothing, Mr. Scarlatti. Honest, not a thing.
Okay, Max. The money. Make it snappy.
The old protection racket's starting up all over again. Is that it, Scarlatti?
There's no time for conversation, Stone. I said shut up.
We return in just a moment to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Breezy, easygoing summer days. Oh, they're wonderful. You and your friends barbecuing in the backyard, picnicking at the park, enjoying small, homey gatherings. And always, close at hand, you'll want smooth, sociable, satisfying Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. A tall, cool, foaming glass to refresh your moments of relaxation, to quench your warm weather thirst. Pabst Blue Ribbon to make good foods like these taste better. Listen.
Here's a list of foods to choose for picnics, parties, barbecues.
Campbell's Pork and Beans.
Farmer's Treat.
Borden cheese.
Ritz Crackers. Swiss Frankfurters. And, of course, Pabst Blue Ribbon.
You'll find that food tastes better by far if you serve them with foaming PBR.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Smoother, smoother, smoother flavor. Finer beer, that million favor. Taste that smoother, smoother flavor.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Tomorrow, be sure to pick up several convenient Pabst Blue Ribbon Handy 6 cartons, packed with 6 space-saving cans. Or get the money-saving case of 24. Any way you buy it, it's always the same smooth, delicious Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Act 2 of Night Beat will continue after a brief pause for station identification. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Julie Bronson had gone out to raise some money in a hurry, even if it meant picking pockets. No matter how, she had to have the dough. And now I thought I knew why. Dick Scarlatti, gunman, junior grade, mobster, heister, codman, and past master of the old protection shakedown racket. The payoff. This one, though, this was something original. You know, this is really imaginative, Scarlatti. You seem to have added a touch of poetry to the racket.
What do you want, Max?
He's looking for Julie Bronson.
Well, let him go find her someplace else. Go on, take a walk.
He's Randy Stone of the newspaper.
I know who he is. Take the air.
Max, are you shelling out money to this cheap crook?
Please, Randy, no trouble. Here's Julie now.
Well, the elusive Miss Bronson.
Randy, I'm so glad I found you. The man at the restaurant told me you have my money.
Yeah, that's right. $73.
Give it to me quickly.
Well, there's a little account to settle first.
Give it to her, Randy.
No, a few words first. An extemporaneous statement for the press.
$73. That's all you got, Julie?
No, 83, Scarlatti. She took me for 10.
Hand it over, Julie. Got no time.
You saw him, Dick?
Yeah, I left him with the doc.
Doctor, he said there was a chance.
There's a chance.
He'll live, Max. I just know it.
If I could get a word in here, I'd be extremely grateful. Now, what's the idea of going for my wallet when you had more than $70 of your own, Julie?
The money, Julie.
Randy, please, give me the money. I need it now.
Are you hard of hearing? I asked a question.
There's no time for questions, Stone. How much you got, Max?
$105.
Haddad only dug up 65. Hand yours over, Julie.
Randy has it.
Okay. Give it to me.
Hello.
Come on, Stone. I want Julie's money.
I don't believe it is her money.
Yes, Doctor. Yes?
Do you think something's happened?
I don't know.
Yes, Doctor. Yes.
What kind of a bill of goods you sell these people, Scarlatti?
Right away, Doctor.
You're going to hand it over, Stone, or do I have to take it?
Something's wrong, Max.
We should go to the hospital right away.
What's the matter?
He asked for us.
The dough, Stone?
Not until I know what this is all about.
I'll close the store, Julie. We'll go.
Take Julie outside, Max. I want to persuade Mr. Stone to give me the money.
Come, Julie.
Believe me, I don't want to have to argue with you, Stone.
The police get this coin purse, Scarlatti.
I didn't mean it to be this way, Stone. This is one time I really didn't want it to be like this.
Like what?
This.
86 little bells racing through my head woke me up about an hour later. I felt a lump on my head Scarlatti's gun had made. I pulled myself up on my feet, and I felt better. A row of salami swung crazily overhead, and when they all settled down to a conventional vertical, I dragged myself to the telephone and called a cab. 10 minutes later, the cabbie dropped me off in front of Haddad's shoe shine stand. I was a little surprised to find him, but there he was. I'll take that shine now, Haddad.
Mr. Stone, I did not see you come up.
Yeah, otherwise you'd have taken a fast walk, huh?
I'm not working tonight, Mr. Stone. As you see, I'm all dressed up. I'm going someplace.
Now start talking, Haddad. I'm dying to catch up on a few dozen quotations.
I'm not working. I was merely waiting for a friend. If you will excuse me, I go without...
Oh, Scarlatti? I know where he is.
I go now.
Now stick around a couple of minutes, Haddad. I was just about to call the police.
I have done nothing that concerns the police.
Well, aiding and abetting, they call it. You gave me a phony address for Julie to help her get away. Not to mention $10 you made on me for that quotation.
I gave you what information I had. It is not my fault it was false.
Well, maybe the cops would like to know something about your payoff to Scarlatti.
No. That is a private matter.
I'll give you a chance to beat the rat. Julie, Max, and Scarlatti said something about going to a hospital. Or which one?
I do not know.
You said it too quickly, Haddad. Try it again.
I do not know.
Okay, let's try it a different way. Julie's in trouble. I want to help her.
She is in no trouble. Of that I can assure you.
Well, I want to talk to her. Now, what hospital did she go to?
I do not know. And if you persist in bothering me, I myself will call the police. I'm a citizen.
Okay, chum, you win.
Someday I give you back your money, Mr. Stone. For money is the...
Yeah, I know. It's the root of all evil. I left him standing there and took a quick walk around the corner, and then I crossed the street and did a stakeout in the doorway of a clothing store. Haddad waited for a few minutes and then hailed a cab. I got out into the street and flagged one for myself. We followed Haddad's cab until it stopped at the Baker Street Hospital. Haddad got out and he went inside. I waited a few minutes, then went up to the information desk. The nurse directed me to the elevator on the 5th floor. From behind a door near the elevator, I heard voices, and one of them I recognized. Old man Hoffman. I opened the door and went in. Not one of them looked at me when I closed the door. They were like 4 people in a trance.
Randy?
Yeah, Randy.
I'm glad you're not badly hurt, Randy.
Oh, you too, Scarlatti? You're glad that I'm all right?
I didn't want to rough you up, Stone. This is one time I didn't want to.
Yeah, well, it'd be all right with me if you'd like to step out somewhere and see if I can't get even.
Just stay put, Stone.
You followed me here, Mr. Stone. You're clever.
Oh, thank you.
You gotta be quiet in here. The doctor said so. Real quiet.
I'll make no noise, I promise you. In fact, I'm leaving. Come on, Julie, you're going with me.
Oh, no, Randy, I can't leave. Don't you understand?
No, but you are leaving. Now, come on, get up.
I said for you to be quiet. I mean it. See how I mean it?
Well, that's a nice gun, Scarlatti. Goes just right with your personality.
I don't want trouble. You do.
Max, you're the only one I can talk to. How did you come to get mixed up with this gunman?
Oh, no. He's a friend. It was his idea to raise the money for the best doctor in the city.
Raise money for whom? Who's in there?
We have been praying for him. All of us.
I thought I'd forgotten how.
What, Scarlatti? Playing Good Samaritan? Who is it? Who's in there?
His name is Luke.
Luke what?
Just Luke.
What's he got on you people?
The hold of the infinite.
I met him first. One meeting, and my life was changed completely.
It was the same with me.
It sounds like a meeting in a life can be beautiful society.
One of my regular customers took out his wallet to pay me. A $10 bill fell on the floor. Naturally, I quickly covered it with my foot. The customer walked away, and I bent down to pick up the money.
Then he looked up, and Luke was there.
He stood watching me. His eyes were sad, but a smile was on his lips. He stood there saying nothing. I said to him, "This is my money. I just dropped it." He said nothing.
That is his way. He says nothing. But in his eyes you see terrible truth.
It blinds you.
I'd have took the 10 spot back to the customer who dropped it. Chased him half a block.
When I came back, he was still there. Then he said to me, "Prosperous is a man who purifies himself." He walked away, that's all.
Oh, brother, I've heard everything now. Your own guilt, your own reactions made you take that money back, had it?
No, it is not true. I never took it back before.
Okay, who'll make the next testimonial?
No cracks, wise guy.
Oh, you must not mock Randy. When I met him, I was on my way from the store. I felt old and alone. I stopped in the park for a minute. Mean and bitter thoughts I had for this world.
And this man, Max, all of a sudden he was at your side?
He smiled at me. It was like seeing the sunrise for the first time.
Max thought he wanted a handout. Didn't you, Max?
His clothes were so poor. He didn't speak to me. He just turned around, and my eyes followed his. They rested on 2 children playing in the grass. They were squealing with delight. Then his eyes led mine to the flight of a bird across the trees.
Then what?
Nothing. He just said, "You're not alone, Max. All this is yours."
He called you by name, and yet you'd never seen him before?
I swear it, Randy. I speak the truth.
Mr. Scarlotti was the one who found about his illness.
No cracks, Stone, and I'll tell you how it was.
No cracks.
It's 4 a.m., see? I'm coming home. I hear steps behind me. I think, this is it. I whip around quick. He's there. I ask him, what does he want? He shakes his head. I ask him, you hungry? He don't answer. All right, I say, here's a couple of bucks anyway. Give it to somebody. He won't take it.
He didn't say anything?
Not a word. Just walks away. I'm sweating. I couldn't sleep that night for thinking. I've been thinking ever since.
When they brought him here, he asked the hospital to notify Mr. Scarlotti.
We had to have dough. Lots of it.
The money you saw in my purse. It was for him.
You should have told me, Julie.
You wouldn't have believed. You don't now.
Well, how about you, Julie? How did you meet him?
A party, Randy. I was going on a party. Sitting in a cab waiting for a friend. He walked up and looked at me. I got scared and wanted to scream, but nothing would come out of my throat.
And all he said to her was, "Go home, young lady."
And I did. I went home, Randy. See why I thought you wouldn't believe?
Well, it's crazy and it's fantastic, but I'd like to meet him.
He is like a church.
A church? Well, what faith is he?
Faith? Mohammedan, of course.
Oh, he's Catholic. I know he is.
But did he say so?
He didn't have to. I could tell.
Oh, no, he's Protestant, just like my folks were.
There was no question in my mind, but he was Jewish.
None of you knows for sure?
Well, I guess not. Funny thing, but we don't know.
And, none of you had ever seen him before or heard of him?
He came to us out of nowhere.
Why are you crying, Julie?
I don't know. I don't know why.
Nurse, he's all right now, Nurse?
Is he pulling around?
He's all right now. I can tell by the nurse.
Now, give her a chance to speak. Give her a chance. The worst over, nurse?
He's dead.
And that's it. Now go ahead, lift your eyebrows and smirk. Some of you may even get a belly laugh out of it, but that's the way it was. His name was Luke, and he lived and died right here in Chicago. 4 people can testify to that. He brushed by them in the crowded city and left them all a little richer for it. I could have used some of it myself, but as is usually the case, I happened on the story a little late and just missed out. Who he really was and where he came from, nobody knows. Well, I don't know what it means to you, but as for me, I'm going to church this Sunday. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Lewis and Russoff, with music by Frank Worth. The part of Julie was played by Betty Moran. Others featured were Lou Krugman, Fritz Feld, Frank Gerstle, and Joan Banks. Listen next week at this time, and every week, as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. 9 out of 10 forest fires are caused by carelessness. Hundreds of thousands of acres of woodland are damaged or destroyed by fire every year. So be careful with cigarettes and make sure your campfire is out before you leave it. If you want to use your favorite campsite again, be careful with fire. Let's not set fire to America. This Friday, enjoy music by Montevani on NBC.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist, speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names, and who recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Like Rexall MI31, for example. Rexall's popular and versatile mouthwash, gargle, and breath deodorant. Full-strength MI31 kills contacted germs almost instantly, yet will not harm delicate membranes of the mouth and throat. Yes, for a dependable, refreshing mouthwash, remember Rexall MI31. And remember also, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Now, your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. We never say die.
Mr. Diamond?
That's right.
How would you like to make $1,200?
Do I have to name the mystery melody?
This is not a quiz show, Mr. Diamond. I have a proposition for you, a business arrangement by which you may profit to the tune of $1,200.
Oh, well, that's my favorite tune.
My name is Evans, Dr. William Evans. I have an office in the Grant Professional Building, Suite 409.
Grant Professional Building, Suite 409.
Yes, I'd appreciate it if you would come right over.
Well, it's after 6 now.
I'll stay in my office until you get here. And so as to save time with explanations, on your way over, pick up a late afternoon Times and read the article on page 3, column 2. A story about a man called Farmer.
I locked the office, went downstairs, and out on the street, where I purchased the late afternoon Times, and in the cab headed for Dr. Evans's office, I read the article on page 3, column 2. George Farmer burns to death, and a picture of the deceased. According to the article, Farmer had been on a vacation in the North Woods. He'd gone to sleep smoking a cigarette, and that was that. Mattress caught fire, and before anyone noticed, the whole cabin was burning. My cab let me out in front of Dr. Evans's building, and one look at the large crowd, plus the very familiar black sedan in the passenger loading zone, tied my stomach in a knot.
All right, now, get back, you. You?
Evening, Sergeant Otis.
Lieutenant, what are you yelling about, Melonhead?
Oh.
Evening, Lieutenant Levinson.
Oh, no. I hope you were just passing by, Mr. Diamond.
I saw the crowd, Lieutenant Levinson, and came over to find out if you and Otis were playing hopscotch or possibly kick the can.
This is a swell time to make with the jokes. Some guy took a dive out of the 4th floor window.
4th floor? Dead?
Very. Name was Evans. Had offices in the building. Dr. William Evans.
Guy named Evans. Offices on the 4th floor. Doctor. Some guy. Just 20 minutes before, he'd called me with a $1,200 proposition. And now it looked like the only thing I was going to get out of the deal was a late afternoon paper and a story about a guy named Farmer.
Farmer? Burned to death in bed? Oh, yeah. We got a report on the case.
Well, this Dr. Evans was hooked up with it in some way.
He offered you $1,200?
He asked me if I was interested.
Silly boy. There's the doctor's office. And there's the window he went out of.
Who saw him jump?
Bill Mitchell, cop on the beat, saw the body come out of the window feet first. Said at least it looked like he jumped.
No sign of a struggle?
I'll have the boys give the room a good going over.
Well, we're pretty sure of two things, Walt. First, there's a strong possibility that Dr. Evans didn't commit suicide. Also, that he knew something about George Farmer, the guy who got burned to death.
Might have been Farmer's doctor.
Well, there's one way to find out. This Times article says that Farmer left a widow. While you're checking things here, I think I'll go see what Mrs. Farmer's views are on dead husbands and dead doctors.
Yes?
Mrs. Farmer?
Yes, what is it?
I'd like to talk to you about your late husband.
Are you from the police again?
Well, I just left them, but this is my own idea. My name's Diamond. I'm a private detective.
Oh? You working for the insurance company?
No.
Well, then just what do you want? I'm tired of questions about my husband's death. I've told the police and insurance company everything I know.
Well, I know it's been difficult, but I won't take long, and there are a few things I'd really like to find out.
Well, what are they?
Do you know a Dr. Evans?
Dr. Evans? No. No, I don't know any Dr. Evans.
Your husband never mentioned him, said he knew him?
No, he didn't. Besides, what has this doctor to do with my husband?
I don't know yet. You mentioned an insurance company. Was your husband insured, Mrs. Farmer?
Yes, with the National Mutual. But if you're not working for the insurance company or the police, who are you working for?
Me.
You. Look, would you mind telling me what possible interest you could have in the death of my husband?
To tell you the truth, I really don't know. But there's $1,200 mixed up in it somewhere, and that's enough to keep me well interested until I find some answers. Thank you, Mrs. Farmer. Hello, Walt.
Hello, Rick. You see the wife?
Yeah, lovely girl. Type you'd like to bring home to Mom. You find out anything?
Nothing in the room to indicate the doctor was pushed out of the window.
Mrs. Farmer didn't know the doctor. Said her late husband didn't either. But she thought at first I was from an insurance company.
Well, what company?
Oh, a National Mutual.
Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Got the names of the officials in National Mutual?
Yeah.
Bring them in.
Right.
Why all the action?
We checked with the dead doctor's nurse. She said aside from his regular practice, he worked for 2 or 3 big insurance firms. National Mutual was one of them. I didn't think of a connection then, but I made the check just in case.
Well, George Farmer was burned to death. Dr. Evans knew something about Farmer. Farmer was insured with the National Mutual, and the doctor worked for National Mutual. Might be a tie-up.
The vice president of National Mutual is Arthur Peterson. It's not too late. Let's take a run over to his house and see if he knows anything about it.
Well, gentlemen, in answer to your questions, yes, we did insure the late George Farmer, and Dr. Evans does work for us. As to whether or not he was the doctor who examined Farmer, I really couldn't say. I'd have to check the files. Lieutenant, aren't you satisfied? You think there's something wrong?
We don't know. Dr. Evans jumped or was pushed out of his office window this evening.
Good Lord.
He called Mr. Diamond here and indicated he knew something about Farmer's death.
Have you settled the claim with Mrs. Farmer yet?
No, but it's to be settled within the week. $25,000 policy.
If someone could show your company that Farmer's death was no accident, there'd be a reward, wouldn't there?
Yes, 10% of the policy. In this case, $2,500.
Oh, half of that'd be about $1,200.
You think we could look at your records tonight, Mr. Peterson? It's very important.
Of course. I'll just get a coat and we'll go right down to the office.
We left with Mr. Peterson and headed to the offices of the National Mutual. A quick look through the file showed us what we wanted. A full report on the state of George Farmer's health. Okayed for insurance by the examining physician, Dr. William Evans.
It's too bad the first claim on an accident policy has to be a death.
Well, that ties that up. Now what have we got?
Enough to keep on looking.
I think I'll go have a long talk with Farmer's wife.
Our company detectives checked that. She was right here in the city when her husband died.
Well, a little talk won't hurt.
Who sold Farmer the policy, Mr. Peterson?
According to the files, the insurance man was Mark Names.
You have his address here?
Yes. Here you are. Good man. One of our leading salesmen.
While you're talking with Mrs. Farmer, Walt, I think I'll run over and see this man Ames. Maybe he can do us some good. If the late Dr. Evans hadn't offered me $1,200, I would have okayed his 4th-floor dive as an act of suicide. But the way things were shaping up, he was going to split an insurance reward. And knowing doctors to be pretty practical people, I just couldn't imagine him giving up that kind of money for a fast trip to the sidewalk. The home of Martin Ames was an apartment on the Lower East Side. His wife answered the door.
No, my husband isn't here. I was just leaving.
You know where I can find your husband, Mrs. Ames? It's right important.
I don't know what you want, but if you want to see my husband, that's where I'm going now. I just got a call. He's had an automobile accident. Miss? Yes? I'm Mrs. Ames. I was told my husband. Oh, yes, Miss Ames. If you'll just have a seat, I'll call Dr. Tully. He's in charge of your husband's case. But I want to see my husband. Can I see him? You'll have to see Dr. Tully first. But I want to know how serious it is. I should be with my husband. If you'll just be patient for a moment, Miss Ames, I'll get Dr. Tully.
Come on, Mrs. Ames. Let's sit down over here. Now, just sit down right over here and try and relax.
Dr. Tully, 3rd floor reception room, please.
Hello, Walt.
Dr. Tully,
No, this is a police officer, Miss Ames.
Police officer?
He's a friend of mine, Miss Ames.
Nothing about my husband.
Dr. Tully's the man you want to see.
Can I talk with you, Rick?
Oh, sure. Will you excuse me, Mrs. Ames?
Oh, yes, of course.
You'll be all right?
I'll be all right.
Okay, Walt.
Well, this is far enough.
About her husband?
Yeah, I was questioning Mrs. Farmer when I got the call over the hotshot. I remembered, so I figured you'd wind up here.
Have you heard how he is?
Died 5 minutes ago.
Oh, no. Accident?
Hit and run. Before he died, he told us a car ran him off the road. Went down a 20-foot embankment and right into a cement retaining wall. The wall stopped him from going any further, but broke his neck.
Any lead on the other car?
No, lonely stretch of road. No one else saw it. It happened too fast for Ames.
Wait a minute. That must be Dr. Tully going over to Mrs. Ames now.
Yeah,
Mrs.
that's
Ames,
Tully.
I'm afraid that...
He did everything he could. I don't envy him.
Your
Miss.
husband is dead.
Oh, no.
Mrs. Ames.
Oh, dear
Mrs.
God,
Ames, please
no.
control yourself, Mrs. Ames.
Come on, Walt. This is turning into a rotten case.
Before we continue with the adventures of Richard Diamond, Private Detective, here's your Rexall Family Druggist.
I often think that perhaps the most common under-the-weather complaint in the average family is either acid stomach or plain old sluggishness.
Well, you certainly hit the nail on the head as far as my family is concerned.
And I'm also sure that's why there are literally millions of bottles of Rexall milk of magnesia on hand right now in family medicine cabinets.
Why, that sounds almost unbelievable.
No, ma'am. Not when you know that Rexall milk of magnesia is both a quick-acting antacid and a thoroughly effective yet gentle laxative. What's more, Rexall milk of magnesia has none of that unpleasant, earthy, gritty taste.
Say, my family would really appreciate that.
Then why not let them see for themselves just how creamy smooth and actually pleasant-tasting Rexall milk of magnesia really is? Ask for it at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
A little after 6, I got a phone call, and by 6:30, the man who called was lying on a sidewalk, broken in two from a 4-story drop. 2 hours later, an insurance salesman named Ames was run off the road and ended up with a broken neck. Coincidence? Not a bit. Walt found the location of the place where George Farmer had burned to death. Then we climbed in the squad car and started the long drive for the Catskills. Around 7 in the morning, we turned off the main highway and onto a dirt road. A sign reading Sportsman's Retreat, 2 miles, pointed the way, and 20 minutes later, we were pulling up in front of the lodge.
Welcome to Sportsman's Retreat.
Morning.
Police car, ain't it?
I'm Lieutenant Levinson, 5th Precinct, New York Police. This is Mr. Diamond.
Oh, howdy.
Oh, yeah.
You up here about Mr. Farmer's death?
Unofficially. You run the place?
Yeah, I'm the foreman. My name's Pop Sloan, but everybody just called me Pop.
We thought we'd stay a while, Pop. Can you put us up?
Well, sure. How long you figuring on being around?
Oh, not long. We only brought one change of clothes.
Well, come on in. Breakfast was an hour ago, but if you're hungry, I can have the cook rustle up some bacon and eggs.
Oh, sounds good.
Many people staying here, Pop?
Oh, about 14. Yeah, 14. Same crowd comes up every year. Sort of a club, you might call it.
How many years did George Farmer come out?
Oh, Mr. Farmer come up about, for the last 10 years.
Hey, who owns the place?
Mr. Phillips. He ain't here now, but he phoned and says he'll be in sometime this afternoon. Say, how come you fellas are interested in Mr. Farmer's death? We had the police and the insurance up here for 3 days. You're a little late, ain't you?
Well, there are a few things we haven't cleared up. Sure appreciate some help, Pop.
Well, yeah, just sure. Give you all the help I can. I'll go get some breakfast for you, and then we can gabble a little while.
Pop went back to the kitchen, and we relaxed in a couple of big leather chairs in front of a large window that looked out on a row of cabins.
That last cabin must have been Farmer's.
Yeah, nothing much left of it.
It's beautiful up here. Look at those trees with the sun shining through them.
Your soul is showing, Walt.
Oh.
It was a beautiful place, all right. The cabin stood in the clearing, fronted by well-kept paths and backed by tall trees. Pop came in a little later with enough bacon and eggs to feed a platoon of tapeworms, and we talked.
Where is everybody, Pop?
Out fishing. Get up about 4:30 around here.
Many of the men bring their wives?
Oh, some of them. Mr. Farmer used to bring his up every year. Fine-looking woman, Mrs. Farmer. Didn't come up this year, though. It's too bad, too.
Why?
Well, might have saved him. Used to smoke in bed all the time. Maybe if she'd been around here, she might have caught him at it.
Who discovered the fire?
Oh, we all saw it, but it was too late. By the time we got there, the whole place was burning. By the time we got the hose going, there wasn't much left.
You say you all saw it. Where were you?
Oh, we was up to Willow Peak cooking out. That's about 3 miles from camp. You can see it from there. See that tall peak there to the left of them trees?
Yeah. How come Farmer didn't go along?
Oh, he never went on many hikes. Had trouble with his legs, you know.
Anyone stay here in camp besides Farmer?
No. Everybody was up at Willow Peak.
Who examined the body?
Doc Combs from Evanston come up and looked at the body.
Where's Evanston?
About 50 miles east. But if you want to talk to the doc, you'll have to wait till everybody comes in from fishing.
Oh, good. Is he up here now?
Yeah, come up last night. Gonna stay a week for the fishing.
Oh, Pop.
Well, morning, Mr. Phillips.
Good morning.
I didn't expect you till this afternoon. This is Mr. Phillips, the owner.
Oh, I have some bags out in the car. Will you get them, please? Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
There's some more police fellas, Mr. Phillips.
Oh? About Mr. Farmer's death?
Yeah, I gotta clear up a few things.
Would you please get those bags for me, Pop?
Bags? Oh, yes, bags, sure.
We just wanted to ask a couple of questions, Mr. Phillips. I'm Lieutenant Levinson. This is Mr. Diamond.
Well, how do you do?
How do you do?
Do you mind if I sit down?
Well, not at all.
I thought the authorities were satisfied.
Well, I guess they are. Where were you when the accident occurred, Mr. Phillips?
I was on my way here from the city. I arrived about an hour later.
You live in the city, Mr. Phillips?
Well, yes, I have a house there. I divide my time between there and the lodge.
Tell me something about Farmer, Mr. Phillips. What kind of a man was he?
Well,
You fellas want any more breakfast?
No, thanks, sir.
Oh,
Go ahead, Mr. Phillips.
Good old Pop. Well, there really isn't much to tell. Farmer was a nice sort of a guy, rather quiet. As you know, he had a very bad habit of smoking in bed.
You have any trouble with him smoking in bed before?
Oh, yes, several times. Nearly started a fire 2 years ago.
Well, wouldn't that make you watch him a little more closely?
Well, you see, his wife came up with him every year, but this one, she was usually near enough to prevent any trouble.
How long did he usually stay here?
Oh, week, 10 days, however long his vacation lasted.
Mm-hmm. What was his business?
I think he was in advertising.
Make much money?
I have no idea. He certainly never spent much. He was tight as the devil. He was known for it, in fact. Coming up here was the only luxury he allowed himself. He'd tell everyone he'd save all year just to come up here and relax for a week or two.
Hey, Lieutenant, here comes Doc Combs. He must have got his limit.
Oh, you gentlemen interested in talking to the doctor?
Yeah, Pop tells us he was the one who examined the body.
Well, what'd you get, Doc?
Hi, Pop. I got my limit.
Oh, good for you. Come on over here. A couple of fellas want to talk to you.
Well, how are you, Phil?
Hello, Doc.
Pop said you weren't due in till this afternoon.
This is Lieutenant Levinson and Mr. Diamond.
Oh, yeah.
Police?
Yeah. They want to ask you a few questions. We got to clear up a few things about George Farmer getting burned to death.
Pop, that's enough, Pop.
I was only trying to help.
Well, certainly, gentlemen. Here, will you take these fish, please, Pop?
Fish? Oh, the fish. Yeah, sure. I'll be right back.
Well, I don't think I could tell you much more than I've already told the police.
Did you know George Farmer prior to his death?
Oh, yes, over a period of 10 years.
Did you identify the body?
Well, not at first. It was too badly burned.
Not at first. You mean you did identify it later?
Well, when they told me that George had a broken wrist, I found the broken section of bone and identified it.
Broken wrist?
Oh, yes, Mr. Diamond. You see, when George arrived, his lower arm was in a cast. He told us that he'd broken his wrist the week before.
What day did he arrive?
Tuesday of last week.
Well, put in a call to Otis and have him find out where George Farmer had his broken wrist treated. And most of all, when the accident occurred.
Well, what are you getting at, Rick?
Then have him find out the date the insurance policy went into effect. Doctor, which wrist was broken?
The right one.
And it was in a cast, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Would you say he could move his fingers well enough to write?
Depends on how recent the accident.
Step on it, Walt.
Okay, but I don't get it. I talked to Otis. He'll get the information. Call us back. Now, would you mind telling me what the devil this is all about?
George Farmer had to sign the insurance policy, didn't he?
Yeah, but he could have done that with his left hand.
An accident policy would cover a broken wrist, wouldn't it?
Sure, and what?
Mr. Phillips, you said Farmer was known to be careful with his money.
Yes, that's right.
I can vouch for that. I treated him for a cigarette burn 3 years ago and had a devil of a time collecting.
Thanks, Doctor.
Well, so what?
So if Otis gives us the answers I want, I think I can show you George Farmer was murdered.
Murdered?
Yeah. And I think I can explain why an insurance salesman and a doctor were killed. So we all sat around and waited for my hunch to grow muscles. I kept turning the whole thing over in my mind, and the more I thought, the more the whole thing tied together. Around noon, a call came in from Otis, and Walt gave him the information I needed.
There it is. George Farmer broke his wrist on the 26th of last month. He was treated at the Olive Hospital.
About 3 weeks ago.
He stayed one night at the hospital and went home.
What date did he arrive here, Mr. Phillips?
About the 4th.
2 weeks after the accident. He died on the 11th, according to the papers.
Yes, that's right. He'd been here about a week.
When did the insurance policy go into effect, Walt?
The 22nd of last month.
It went into effect. It wasn't taken out.
I said went into effect.
Now, it would cost him a few bucks to have a broken wrist taken care of and spend the night in the hospital, wouldn't it, Doctor?
Yes, it would.
Remember what the vice president of National Mutual said, Walt? Too bad the first claim on an accident policy had to be death.
Yeah.
Well, if Farmer had an accident policy, why didn't he put in a claim for his broken wrist? Come on, Walt. We're going back to town and talk to Mrs. Farmer. You got your men spotted around the building?
Whole block surrounded. Peterson and Evers are covering the front. Cars at every corner.
Isn't Otis going to play?
Well, there's been some complaints about noisy cats in the neighborhood, so I stuck Otis in back in the alley. He'll drive every cat right into the river.
You might have made a mistake. One yell out of Otis, and he'll end up with all the shoes in the block.
Here it is.
Yes? Oh.
Mind if we come in, Mrs. Farmer?
No, I guess not. Well, what is it this time, Lieutenant?
We think your husband was murdered.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Now, we know you didn't do it, but you ran on it. You know who did.
Are you serious?
Very. We just had the lab make a check on the insurance policy. The signature and the fingerprints were from the right hand.
Well, of course they were.
So your husband didn't have a broken wrist at the time?
Well, no, he did that sometime later.
And you'll swear that it's his signature on the policy?
Certainly. I went to the doctor with him.
I thought you said you didn't know a Dr. Evans.
Well, I don't.
He was the insurance doctor.
Well, I'd never seen him before or since. How could you expect me to
Your
remember...
husband didn't turn in the claim for his broken wrist.
He didn't? Well, that was his business, wasn't it?
Don't you think it's rather strange to take out an accident policy and not turn in a claim on your first accident?
I don't know. I didn't bother with my husband's affairs.
Is this your husband's driver's license?
Where did you get that?
Motor Vehicle Department. Is it your husband's license?
Yes, I guess so.
The signature on this license is not the same as the one on the insurance policy.
What do you mean?
He means that the signature on the insurance policy is a very clever forgery. Who forged it, Mrs. Farmer?
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
Who went to that doctor's office representing your husband?
No one. Why in the world would I do that? Why would I have someone represent my husband?
Probably because you wanted your husband out of the way.
That's horrible. Get out of here. That's not true.
Who was in on it with you? Who killed your husband up at his cabin at the lodge?
Get out. Get out.
It had to be someone at the lodge who knew what cabin he was in.
No.
Did you get the papers your husband's picture?
Yes.
You're lying. The newspapers told us you claimed not to have it.
Well, I don't remember. I don't remember.
Oh, sure you do. You didn't want to give the papers a picture of your husband because you knew the insurance salesman and the doctor would identify it as not being the man who took out the accident policy.
No.
You knew your husband was going to take his trip, so you planned his death and stayed home for an alibi.
The picture came out, and the insurance man and the doctor had to be killed. A man killed them, Mrs. Farmer. Someone strong enough to run a car off the road and lift an unconscious man out of a window, feet first.
Who killed him, Mrs. Farmer?
Hey, you, stop! Stop! Lieutenant!
Otis has got something.
Well, let's get out of the fire escape.
Stop or I'll shoot!
There's a new line.
Somebody halfway up the fire escape. Look out, Otis!
Move over, Walt. Otis is going to hit a herd of elephants in a broom closet.
I got him, Lieutenant!
He got him.
Oh, make him happy, Walt. Climb out there and see what we got.
Okay.
Just take it easy, honey.
Frank!
Yeah?
It's that guy Phillips, the one who owned the lodge. And he's dead.
Well, Mrs. Farmer, that's it. Want to tell me about it?
Oh, yes, it doesn't make any difference now.
Phillips killed your husband and the other two men?
Yes. We fell in love 3 summers ago. But he planned it. The whole thing was his idea.
Oh, sure, I know. But the state is pretty narrow-minded about those things, honey. Guy like that gets ideas and gets dead for it. You like his ideas, and you just got to get in some kind of trouble along the way.
Go on, Melonhead. Climb in. You're not hurt that bad.
I get told.
You get shot, Otis?
No. But I'd like to ask you something, Shamus. Did you throw a shoe at me?
Again, here's your Rexall family druggist.
Whenever you're suffering the pain of a headache, remember, there's no faster-acting aspirin made than Rexall aspirin. When swallowed with water, the 5 full grains of pure aspirin in every Rexall tablet are ready to go to work for you even before they reach your stomach. Ask for Rexall aspirin at Rexall drugstores everywhere. There's no faster-acting aspirin made. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and is written by Blake Edwards, with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Ted DeCorsia, Wilms Herbert, Wally Mayer, Joan Banks, and Bill Boucher. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime de Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Hiya, beautiful.
Get lost, Bristlepuss. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do?
Silly boy, she wants you to go Stag.
Go Stag? But why?
Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids, like Stag Brushless Shave Cream. No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on, and presto, you get a clean, close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long.
I'll do it. I'll go Stag.
That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yes, to make girls care. Go Stag.
Wednesdays this fall, hear Groucho, Gildy, and the Halls of Ivy on NBC.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it?
It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure. Chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Malnick. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Well, it's about time you got here. Where were you?
Well, I was over my Uncle Mike's house, Abbott, and is he busy? He's got to eat biscuits for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
And what's the idea?
A biscuit company is running a slogan contest, and Aunt May has to send in 1,000 box tops.
And what does Uncle Mike think of the idea?
He told Aunt May to mail in the biscuits. He'd rather eat the box tops.
How did Aunt May ever meet Uncle Mike anyhow, Lou?
The first time they met, it was at the country club, and they spent the first date in the country. And the next time they met was at a swimming club, and then they went swimming. And after that, they got married, and they went to another club that influenced their lives.
What club was that?
The store club.
Well, they're quite a couple.
Oh, yes. Uncle Mike says he has only been 2 times in his life that he didn't understand Aunt May.
When was that?
Before they were married and after.
Oh, you should get married, Costello, and quit running around. Every night you wind up with a different girl.
You're right, Abbott, and I'm tired of winding up. I want to start pitching.
How are you going to...
Go ahead. We give you time.
How are you getting along with your new girl, Lou?
Oh, how am I getting along with my new girl? She's got me eating out of her hand.
She has?
Next week, she's going to buy me a dish. I don't think I want to marry her anyway, Abbott. She wears very expensive clothes.
Oh, now, wait a minute. How do you know her clothes are expensive?
Every time I go over to her house, there's a guy in the closet guarding them.
Oh, get him out of here. Get him out.
Now, before we get back to the laugh department, let's listen to what this fella has to say.
Wait a minute. What are you doing with that rubber doll? Huh? What are you doing with that rubber doll?
It's a present for my sister's baby, Tony. He's 1 year old today.
Has the baby learned to walk yet?
Abbott, the kid is only 1 year old. He only learned how to drive the car last week.
What's the baby's name?
It's my sister's 5th baby, and she named it Ming Toy Lotus Blossom.
Ming Toy Lotus Blossom? Why did she name the child that?
She read in a big book that every 5th child born is a Chinese.
Well, never mind that, Lou. What is your sister's husband doing now?
Oh, what's he doing now? He had a little filling station. And what a filling station. But they picketed him and closed him up. Now he's opened a skunk farm.
A skunk farm?
Mm-hmm.
A skunk farm?
He figures that's one business the union won't stick their nose in.
You know, I haven't seen your brother-in-law in a long time. How is he, Lou?
You wouldn't know him, Abbott. The sands of time have changed his face.
Well, he's only a young guy. How could the sands of time change his face, Costello?
My sister belted him in a puss with an hourglass.
Where are your sister and husband living now?
Has granulated eyelids.
Yeah. Lou, where are your sister and husband living now?
I'll let you know in a second here. In the middle of the page. They're living in Pasadena, and boy, is that a ritzy town.
Oh, no. It's not so ritzy.
Yeah, but Pasadena's so high class that they stop all the tourists at the city limit and make them rent mink coats before they can drive through town.
No, I don't believe it.
I know.
Stop. I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Huh?
I don't believe it.
You don't believe it?
No, I don't.
My brother Pat used to drive a truck for the city of Pasadena. He told me that all the garbage he picked up was gift wrapped.
Oh. You mean your brother Pat drives a garbage truck?
Oh, he's just doing that until he gets his new invention on the market. His invention will change the whole toothbrush industry.
What is it?
A tooth on a stick to clean brushes.
Costello, let's face it. Your brother is nothing but a bum.
Abbott, that's why I can't sleep at night. Thinking what a bum my brother Pat is.
Well, if you can't sleep, why didn't you count sheep?
I did. Once I counted to 10,000 sheep. I was just ready to fall asleep when along came a black sheep, and I got to thinking what a bum my brother Pat is, and I couldn't sleep the rest of the night.
Miss Costello, here's that bicycle that you ordered.
Thank you.
Hey, wait a minute. What's the idea of buying a bicycle, Costello?
I didn't want to tell you, Abbott.
Wasting your money like that, buying a bicycle. I insist that you tell me what you're going to do with it now.
Oh, well, if you must know.
I must know.
I'll tell you.
Well, tell me.
Last night I dreamed I was chasing Rita Hayworth, and I couldn't catch her. Tonight, I'm taking a bicycle to bed with me. And if that don't get her, tomorrow night, a motor goes on it.
Costello, with all the thousands of people that have no place to live and are looking for vacancies, how can you walk around with a big empty head like that?
Show me in the script where it says anything like that.
Oh, wait a minute. I can tell a joke. I'm a pretty good showman.
Yeah?
Yeah?
You tell a joke like P.T. Barnum.
P.T. Barnum is dead.
You keep telling those kind of jokes, you'll join him.
I don't know. I don't know about that, Lou. My wife always laughs at my jokes. Did you ever notice those little crow's feet around her eyes? Those are from laughing at my jokes.
If those are crow's feet around your wife's eyes, the crows that made them must have been wearing baseball shoes.
How can you say that? My wife, Betty, has a beautiful face.
She's got an automobile face.
Well, what's an automobile face?
As soon as she gets the jack, she ought to have it lifted.
My wife is okay. And you'd better be off if you found a nice home. Well, you'd be much better off, Lou, if you found a nice home with a loving girl and got married yourself.
Do you know where you're at?
No. I don't. But my wife is okay. You'd be better off if you found a nice home, loving girl.
I'm lost myself now.
I found it.
I found mine. Have you got your place?
Have you got yours?
Oh, yes.
Let's go.
Let's go from scratch. My wife is okay. You'd be better off if you found a nice, home-loving girl and got married yourself.
Well, we gave you enough time to rehearse
That's
it.
right.
I had a home-loving girl, and I had to get rid of her.
Why?
When I wasn't around, she was home loving some other guy.
Well, you should go out more and meet some nice girls.
I'm going out tonight. There's going to be 26 girls at this party. I'm going to kiss every one of them.
Oh, that's the trouble with you. You have no manners. Now, when there are 26 girls at a party and you talk about kissing, every one of them, remember, 1 dozen.
1 dozen?
No.
Well, tell me which one it is, and I'll cross her off my list. Did you get it?
No, I didn't get it.
They're lost where we were before.
Costello, you should be satisfied with 1 girl. Don't you know 1 girl that you like better than the rest?
Oh, but I saw one today that I could really go for.
Well, why don't you propose to her?
Propose to her?
Yeah.
How dare you say that to me?
Well, your father proposed to your mother?
Yes, she was my mother, but this girl is a total stranger.
Well, why don't you start courting her?
I did. I sent her some orchids.
Not orchids.
It says here orchids.
No, not orchids. Orchids. Kids.
Orchids.
Kids.
Oh, sure. Probably after we're married.
No. No, you dummy. You don't get the girl with orchids. You get her with orchids. Kids.
Just a minute. Where am I getting all these kids? I ain't even married yet.
You talk sense. I'm talking about orchids. Orchids are raised in a nursery.
Your kids might have been raised in a nursery, but our kids are going to be raised at home.
No. You don't understand. I'm talking about orchids. We have orchids at home. They're potted.
They take after you, don't they?
Hello, boy.
Hey, look,
where did this come from, kid?
It's our beautiful new secretary, Viola Bond.
Boy, I'm glad you showed up early, Viola. Tonight I'm going to sing a song just for you.
Why, Costello, I didn't know you sang.
Oh, I got a high voice. I can hit a high U above T.
Hi, you.
Fine, thanks. High U.
Pay no attention to him, Viola. Pay no attention to him. Why don't you and I have a bite of supper after the show, huh?
Well,
just a minute, Viola. I hired you. Don't you think you should go out with me, kid?
Please, Mr. Costello, I'll decide who I want to go out with.
Well, that suits me. Make your own choice. I won't try to help you in any shape or form.
With your shape and form, nothing will help you.
Oh, that was awfully clever, Abbott.
Oh, yeah. You know, Viola, Abbott is practicing up for television.
Well, why would Mr. Abbott want to be on television?
It's the only way he can get in every bar in town at once. Well, Abbott, I think we both struck out. Now you tell one, Viola.
Well, I guess I'll have a try at it. Did you...
I knew it was too good to last.
Well, I'll have a try at it. Did you boys know that my uncle is in the hospital?
No, Viola. Tell us what happened.
My uncle was watching two men hoisting a piano into the fifth-floor window of a hotel. He was standing underneath them yelling, heave-ho, heave-ho.
But wait a minute now. How did he get into the hospital?
They thought he said, leave go.
Let's give this kid $6 silver and a box of Snickers.
Quiet, Costello. I think Viola has a terrific sense of humor.
Oh, why, thank you, Bud. I have another funny story. I went to the racetrack yesterday and bet on a horse that was 100 to 1.
100 to 1? That's terrific odds. Did the horse win?
No. He was leading the field by 10 lengths when suddenly he jumped the rail and ran to the grandstand.
What for?
When he saw those terrific odds, he ran to the $2 window and put a bet on himself.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just listened to a joke by 3 unemployed people.
Three unemployed people?
Yeah, you, Viola, and the guy that wrote the stuff.
And that's the halfway mark in tonight's laugh race. Time for an intermission to concentrate on this.
Before we go back to work tonight, let's hear from our blonde cutie pie, little bitsy Virginia Maxie.
East is east and west is west, and the wrong one I have chose. Let's go where I'll keep on wearing those frills and flowers and buttons and bows, rings and things and buttons and bows. Don't bury me in this prairie, take me where the cement grows. Let's move down to some big town where they love a gal by the cut of her clothes, and I'll stand out in buttons and bows. I love you in buckskin, a skirt that I've homespun, but I love you longer, stronger, where your friends don't tote a gun. My bones denounce the buckboard bounce, and the cactus hurts my toes. Let's vamoose where gals keep using those silks and satins and linen that shows, and I'm all yours in buttons and bows. I love you in buckskin, or skirts that I've homespun, but I love you longer, stronger, where your friends don't tote a gun. My bones denounce the buckboard bounce, and the cactus hurts my toes. Let's vamoose where gals keep using those silks and satins and linen that shows, and I'm all yours in buttons and bows. Give me Eastern trim and where women are women in high silk hose and peekaboo clothes, French perfume that rocks the room, and I'm all yours in buttons and bows.
All right, Viola. If you're so fussy, I'll take somebody else.
What's the matter, Costello?
Well, I want to take Viola Vaughn to the football game Saturday. So I got seats on the 50-yard line. But she said that ain't good enough for her.
Well, she won't sit on the 50-yard line.
No, she wants to sit in the stands.
Lou, I didn't know you were interested in football.
Abbott, football is my... Oh, that's my meat.
I've known you a long time, Costello, and you never went to any football games. Since when has football become your meat?
Since the last time I went to the butcher shop and saw the price of steak.
I thought so. You know nothing about football.
Ah, don't be silly, Abbott. I used to play football. The coach says I played like a tiger.
Oh, you must have been good.
Nah, after all, what does a tiger know about playing football?
What position did you play on the team?
Left tickle.
Huh?
Left tickle.
You mean...
Left tickle.
All right. You mean left tackle.
I mean left tickle. I used to tickle a guy who was carrying a ball and make him drop it.
Did you ever play any important teams?
Once our team played Notre Dame. What a rough team. I wound up with a busted nose, 2 cracked ribs, and a twisted ankle.
Oh, that's not so tough. It could happen to any player.
While sitting on the bench?
Costello, I've been a football fan for years, and I've never heard your name mentioned in connection with any team.
Oh, around Patterson, New Jersey, I was famous. Patterson High School, Colt Hill. They remember me as the guy that invented the Costello hidden ball trick.
Well, did your hidden ball trick work good?
Good? Hmm? That was 20 years ago. Nobody's found the ball yet.
Well, you don't look like no football player to me. Football players have to be rugged and powerful and strong.
But when I played football at Colt Hill in Patterson, New Jersey, I was powerful. All those kids were rugged. Very rugged. I can't say rugged.
You just said it.
You just said it.
We didn't have no showers. By the end of the season, everybody said we were the strongest team in New Jersey. With the wind at our backs, nobody could beat us.
That must have been some football team.
I remember our last game, Abbott. I was calling the signals. Mildred, Maine 6664. Gladys, Hollywood 7953. Betty, Walnut 3841.
Wait a minute. Well, yeah, but what was the idea of using girls' phone numbers as signals?
Strategy. While the other team was writing them down, we scored 46 points. Telegram for Luke Costello. Telegram for Luke Costello. Yeah, boy, I'll take it. Hey, Abbott.
What?
It's one of my Sam Shovel detective fans. Boy, am I getting popular as Sam Shovel the detective.
Well, read it.
All right. It says, Dear Lou Costello, I never miss your program. I really enjoy your portrayal of Sam Shovel, private detective. Your acting was so thrilling, my hair stood on end. I'm coming over to see you tonight.
Mr. Costello, there's someone here to see you.
Show the man in.
It's no man, just a few hairs standing on end.
Well, Costello, Sam Shovel, you're really killing the people. What case have you chosen for your Sam Shovel story tonight?
Well, it's a case I worked on in the Sahara Desert. I call it The Two Dirty Bedouins, or It's Time to Change the Sheiks.
Well, that's an old case, Costello. Haven't you got one more up to date?
Well, my latest case. I call it the case of the telephone operator who died dancing, or sorry, wrong Rhumba.
All right, let's go on with the case.
Yes, I'm Sam Shovel, private detective. It's been a slow day with the detective business. I'm sitting here in my little office listening to my favorite radio program.
Calling Dr. Brand, surgery. Calling Dr. Brand, surgery. Calling George Jordan, girl intern.
They never can find those two. There's more going on in that hospital than just operations. I turn off the radio. I listen to the wind howling on the outside.
You all partner? You all partner?
It's a southwestern wind. I decided to check up on some of my latest cases. Here's the one of the baby that was gypped. When I found him, he was wearing half a diaper. Somebody had shortchanged him. I think I'll relax. I feel like a smoke. That reminds me, I read in the paper this morning where most of the doctors who switched to camels are now back driving automobiles. I gaze out the window in the office across the street. I see Mamie, the stenographer. What a girl. I took her to dinner last night. She eats like a bird. She always orders worms. It's about time for my pal, Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad, to show up. Last week when the Red Cross asked for blood donors, Lieutenant Abbott was the first to volunteer. He gave his blood the hard way. The hard way. He cut his throat. Every time I think of Lieutenant Abbott, I think of his bow-legged wife. Brother, is she bow-legged? When Mrs. Abbott sits around the house, she really sits around the house.
Hello, Sam Shovel. I've come over to tell you that Martin, the murderous midget, is on the loose again.
Martin, the murderous midget. The toughest midget in the world. Known to the police as public enemy number 1/2.
Yes, Sam. And if I catch up with Martin the midget, it's goodbye to his racket.
Lieutenant Abbott ain't kidding. He's a great racket buster. He's busted 15 rackets already this year, and if he don't stop busting them at the Beverly Hills Tennis Club, they won't let him play there anymore.
Sam, I got troubles of my own. I'm thinking of divorcing my wife. Last night I decided I can't stand her cooking.
Lieutenant Abbott, you've been married to that woman for 30 years. How come you just decided you can't stand her cooking?
Until last night. We always ate out. However, let's forget my problems.
I will. Let's forget it and parlay and forget your jokes, too.
Sam, how's the detective business going? Any new cases?
Yes, I'm on the trail of a woman criminal. Show off Susie. If I catch her, she'll go to the chair. I can't stand that dame. She's always showing off. Last week she started bragging again. She wanted to show everybody that her husband has brains.
You can't arrest a woman for showing that her husband had brains?
By shooting the top of his head off?
Forget about show off Susie, Sam. You're in for some real trouble. Dora the Dip escaped from prison this morning.
Dora the Dip. The most beautiful woman criminal I ever met. What a temper she had. The first time I saw her, she was beating her second husband over the head. She kept beating her second husband over the head.
What was she beating him with?
Her first husband. Dora the Dip, she was mad about me. It was on account that she threw her second husband over. All I had to say was, Dora, I want to see you tonight. No matter what man she was with, she'd throw him over. On account of that, they put her in jail.
Oh, wait a minute. You can't put a woman in jail for throwing men over?
Over the Pasadena Bridge?
Sam, I heard that Dora was arrested while working as a clerk in a department store. She was jailed for taking money out of the cash register.
That's a lie, Lieutenant. She never took any money out of the cash register.
I'm glad to hear that.
She never put any money in the cash register.
Aha! There you are, Sam Shovel.
That was Dora the Dip, and she looked more beautiful than ever.
Sam?
Yes?
I'm gonna kill you.
I don't doubt it.
She's only bluffing, Sam.
You sent me to prison. You took me away from my family. My 5 children by my first husband. My 7 children by my second husband.
She's still bluffing you, Sam.
She may be bluffing, but it sounds to me like she's got a full house.
Sam, on account of you, I spent 10 years in prison. 10 years locked up with 1,000 women. Do you know what it means to be alone for 10 years with 1,000 women?
No, but I'd give anything to find out.
It must have been terrible in prison, Dora.
Lieutenant Abbott, you don't know what I went through. All day long I had to pose with my twin sister for pictures for prison magazine ads.
What did the ad say?
Which twin has the crime wave? But now I'm free, Sam Shovel, and I'm going to make you suffer as I've suffered. Sam?
Yes?
Part of me died in that prison.
Don't worry, Dora. With what you got left, you can do plenty of living.
Dora, you haven't changed a bit. I thought prison would straighten you out.
If they straighten her out, she could sue them for every cent they got.
Sam Shovel, in spite of what you did to me, I'm still mad about you.
You are?
Yes, Sam. You're different from any man I ever met. Now you tell me the same.
Okay. You're different from any man I've ever met.
Sam, you sent me to prison and made a monkey out of me. Now I'm going to get even. I'm going to give you a kiss that'll make a monkey out of you. Come here.
Sam Shovel, speak to me. Where are you, Sam?
Up on a chandelier. Don't stand there. Toss me a banana and a bag of peanuts.
There's a curtain call coming up, folks. But first, you'll be interested in hearing this.
Well, Costello, you sure worked hard tonight.
Yep, but you know my motto. Hard work never hurt anybody. That's what I keep telling the people that do my work.
Well, you should thank... You should thank the people that do your work.
I'm going to do that right now, Abbott.
That's
First,
right.
I want to thank our writing staff, headed by Eddie Foreman, with Paul Conlon, Pat Costello, Martin Ragaway, and Len Stern.
Wait a minute. And our band leader, Mandy Melnick.
You're right. And let's not forget our producer, Charles Vander. See you next Thursday night, folks.
Good night, folks.
Good night to everybody in Patterson. Good night.
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.